Sure. Okay, let's get started. It's 9 o'clock and we are calling to order the June 22nd, 2023 Board of Directors regular meeting, followed by a study session. So could I have a motion to establish the agenda as published? Understood. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Against? We have the agenda established 4-0. And superintendent's report.
Great, thank you. A few things this morning. We are kind of, we had alluded to in the last meeting, a presentation that I had given to PTA as kind of a culmination of the year, and then talked about some of these with our leadership team. And I won't go into them in great detail, but I think, you know, kind of looking back at the year that we kind of came through here, you know, we began the year with some challenges that were facing us. And obviously, though I was in the organization as a new superintendent very early on, we had a vacancy of our CFO and executive director of operations, finance and operations. Obviously, the impacts of COVID that continue to go on, and I thought it was really interesting last night at the 8th grade promotion. Two of the student speakers in particular, though all three of them referenced it, spoke about the impacts of COVID on their middle school experience. And 5th grade was when we had closed school, and then when they got to 6th grade, that's when they were online transitioning in. And so, you know, I think it still continues to ruminate for our students in their minds around what that impact looks like. Obviously, we had financial challenges facing us. We had reduced staffing, primarily in our administration. And then something that I remember that wasn't all that apparent to me maybe at the time, but in looking back, you know, we had a quick transition at the high school with new leadership. Island Park had a new principal, Northwood had a new principal. So we had plenty of change as we started the school year. Then as we got going, this quote from the Frog Prince, happily ever after doesn't begin with once upon a time, it begins right now. So we, I think as a board, as an administration team, as entire staff, rolled up our sleeves, got to work right away. Our finance team, which will be the star of the show here in a moment, got us through and repaying our debt to ourselves. We're on pace to grow fund balance. We've really started pushing and reducing in our staffing without eliminating programs. And actually, we've added some services. We added the elementary choir, which ended up with 50 students, which we think will even grow next year. So we'll bring that back. Our robotics program is growing. We sent students to global, national, and state championship or competitions. And so, you know, despite some of these challenges, I think it didn't keep us from continuing to push forward. Other elements of that was, you know, pushing forward with the website launch, thinking about how do we amplify our voice and amplify the great things that we're doing as a school district. Got out there with a budget roadshow, tried to meet with a lot of different community partners. And then our enrollment did outpace our projections, though what was interesting this year compared to previous years is over the course of the year, which is more traditional for school districts, we saw a slight decline in our overall enrollment, which sometimes we've actually seen an uptick in the spring, which we didn't see as much, though I'm wondering if people are just not moving in the middle of a year, because we're seeing an uptick in enrollment here in the spring coming into the summer. For instance, we just launched our portal that will capture all of our new enrollments over the summer while we go through this transition from Skyward to cumulative. We already had 9 students enroll between, when did it go live?
It went live 4 o'clock Friday, and we would get it Tuesday morning.
And we already have 9 new enrollments in elementary. So we're seeing, you know, we're seeing enrollment now that's coming in, and so that is a great trend to have happen. Obviously, our long-range facility planning process, the completion of several capital improvement capital improvements, most notably down at South Mercer Playfield, our buses, and teaching and learning, our partnership on the IDEA project, math and literacy implementation, new course development, instructional materials at the high school and the middle school with the 7-8 group. Thinking about how we really try to position our 4Bs as a way to shift the conversation about being just about equity and diversity, but then how do you actually make that come to life? Andrews is in the midst of a laptop transition, well, it's iPad to laptop transition, I should say, which is moving forward, making adjustments to our calendar and thinking about new ways to be more inclusive as we move forward. You'll see today our plans for financial sustainability. And then as we look to next year, we already have major events on the calendar with students going to New York, and so many more that are already starting to come through in the queue for field trip requests that we're seeing. So lots of great things going on. I think as we think about on the teaching and learning and professional development side, we'll continue with letters. By next year, we'll have all K-5 teachers trained, as well as all our intervention and our special services teachers. So we will finally have that entire continuum trained. We're thinking and excited about our math changes at the high school with illustrative math, which our middle school and high school courses will really be aligned for the first time in a while. And while they were aligned around standards, the experiences weren't necessarily as aligned as we wanted them to be. And so we're excited about that. IMS is going to be rolling out iReady assessments, and we'll talk more about this later on in your study session. So we will now have a K-8 continuum of ways to monitor students' progress in literacy and math. And then thinking about cultural competence and dignity and equity at the WASDA conference. This seems like 2 years ago when we were in Spokane, but it was really just November. We saw Floyd Cobb and John Crownapple, and they did a presentation on dignity and their book, Belonging Through a Culture of Dignity. And John is going to be here in front of our entire faculty on August 24th for the kickoff. He's going to be our keynote that I'll be launching. And then he'll go into it really thinking about our classrooms and how do we make our schools places of belonging. And so we'll be working a lot on that next year. So then thinking about new courses that you've seen or you approved materials for, we'll have Calculus BC as a brick and mortar course taught by one of our teachers next year. We've got the new instructional materials, a 7-8 compacting course. And so basically as a reminder on that, students who are coming through who are already mainly in our highly capable classes in elementary school, almost all of those students will be going into the 7-8 compacting class, which will put them on a trajectory to take geometry by 8th grade. So we'll have a good cohort of students there. And then of course, continuing with our human geography and climate change course, the robotics pieces. So lots of great things that we're continuing to push on with. And so as we kind of wrapped up the year, I showed the story about Mustafa, our student rep to the PSESD with you all, thinking about the years of service honorees, our educators of the year and retirees. And then I think I described this, but didn't show it last time, or did I show it last time? So Roy Ellingson, he was a bus driver for us for 38 years. And he'd still be driving today if he could. Unfortunately, he's not able to anymore, but he retired officially this year. And we had some nice things that people were able to say about Roy. And he's a man of few words. I've known him my entire time in the district. He was a bus driver down at Lake Ridge when I was principal there, but he went home and put his words into pictures, which is what he's always done. He drew this picture and sent it in the next day. He was really touched by the honoring him. So lots of great things. So just kind of a quick look back and look forward about what we have in store for our district. So I'm excited about that. Other great news, kind of making headlines right now that I wanted to just mention. One is our transportation department received a recognition and a letter just this week. This was from the Washington State Patrol and the chief, as well as Chris Reichdahl. After reviewing the results of the recent Washington State Patrol annual inspection, we recognize that your school district has again completed the inspection of school buses with exceptional results. For the past 2 years, the results in your district have been outstanding. Congratulate your entire team for their work. So our fleet continues to be in excellent condition for our students. And then our district as a whole received from the National Association of Music Merchants for the second year in a row. We received 2023 best communities, or among the best communities for music education. And that includes our choir, our band, our orchestra, and jazz bands and others. And so we received this recognition just this week as well. So some more great things coming in there. And then the last thing that I would say, and this will come through, I'm not going to spill all but we have excellent news to share with you during the budget portion of today's discussion around safety net. So I'll leave it at that and save the exciting news for Kay and Matt to be able to share because of all their hard work. So that's my update.
Thank you very much. Nice, great update. It's actually really amazing to see how much actually happens under the superintendent's watch that the board really doesn't participate in. And thank you for your leadership, Fred.
And thanks to our chief.
Just ask one question,
Yeah.
because I know it's been a thorn in the high school side for many years. How did we manage to pull out having BC Calc as a brick and mortar class again? How did we get a teacher trained or?
Because we have, well, the biggest driver is we have the students.
Yeah.
We have the number of students who will drive an FTE. And so that was the biggest piece. And then we were able to work with the existing staff to be able to make that happen. So,
do we have an AB and a BC or? Oh,
yep, we have
okay,
AB
that's
and
awesome.
BC. Yep, and I think we predict that with the 7-8 course in the middle school, that we will probably see a continuation of this. Our next challenge is going to be, what will be the next offering beyond BC? And that will probably be, I've talked to some other school districts already. A lot of those students go to UW, or they go to Bellevue College or Central Washington up on the plateau as a new campus, and there's a course up there because that one will have fewer and fewer students that would qualify. But yeah, it's exciting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Fred,
Yeah.
do you have books? We borrow the books to read.
Absolutely. I'll bring those down at a break. You bet.
Okay, with that, let us move on to the open public hearing on the 2023-2024 budget. So what do we do?
So what you're gonna do is you're going to just formally announce the opening of the hearing and ask if there's anyone here who would like to comment on or be part of the hearing.
There we go. Thank you. With that, let us formally open the hearing on the 23-24 budget. And I am looking to see if there's anybody online or in person who would like to comment on the budget.
There is one committee member, two committee members, Ken and Jesse Bronson. I can reach out to them and see if.
That would be great to reach out to them, please. Thank you. And while Andrews is doing that, should we get started on a discussion of the budget or?
We certainly can. Well, we need to actually close the hearing before we do that portion, actually, since it's open.
Sorry, just give me 1 second. I need to get them the ability to reach back out to them.
Thank you, Andrews.
One said no questions. Okay, I'll let you know.
Okay, let's move to close the public hearing under 2023-2024 budget, seeing there were no questions. And we will continue with our discussion about it, but people can continue to send email to the board and or the superintendent with any questions they may have on the budget. So please don't think this ends all input on the budget. So, and with this, let's close the public hearing on the 2023-2024 budget.
Two quick comments before I move it over to our finance team. One would be, I think I've really appreciated under Director Sullivan's leadership, along with Director Adams and Assistant Director Garcia Favre, just the intentionality of trying to bring the whole system along with this. That it really began with that budget roadshow in October and November, and then all the way through the updates that you've been getting, which you'll get again today with the dashboard, and then our study session on June 1st, the first presentation of this budget to you on the 8th, and now the culmination today. And the other piece is the accelerated timeline put a bunch of pressure on our team, because we're essentially, this will be our second budget in a calendar year. That required a lot of adjustment by our school teams and our departments to get used to a new cadence and a new schedule of when things needed to be done. But I think this is a really healthy step for our organization to get on a cycle where before we even leave for the summer, we have our budget in place, which allows us to actualize it by the start of the school year, close out the current budget even sooner. But it is not lost on me what a heavy lift that is on Jackie K, Matt, Brenda, and Tiffany. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Excellent. As noted at June 1st budget study session and then June 8th, if there were any changes, we'd obviously bring it to you, let you know. And there's a good change to the bottom line or the appropriation level to the 23-24 budget. We just heard this morning, we knew it was coming, the official amount received from the state for safety net to help fund our special services, special education side of the house. Officially, we'll be receiving $1,964,680, which in context, Dr. Ruby applied for $2,043,764. So that delta, that very thin margin is quite incredible, and a real incredible job that Dr. Ruby and her team have done to receive that money. That said, with that money, we have to adjust the bottom line. Andrew, you could pull up resolution 724, that'd be perfect.
And while we're doing that, one other statistic that I think is really important, wish there were more people online, but I know that's probably a good thing that they're not, right? That they feel like things are rolling along, but we will be using this as a talking point. We submitted 31 applications for safety net, and every single one of them was granted money. So that's 100% compliance on safety net, which are the most scrutinized IEPs that we have. And the fact that we only lost out on $80,000, that thin margin, and 31 out of 31 compliance is testament to the level of service we're providing students. First and foremost, is exceptional. We put it, as this indicates, we're putting out $2 million of basically our own money for our students, but the state's seeing that it's money well spent. So they're giving money back in order to be that compliant, you have to have a team of educators and administrators who are really attentive to what's happening, how things are being spent, the minutes, the hours for our contractors. And so there's so much that goes in behind that, but to be able to recoup that amount of money, it's the most we've ever recouped in the history of our district, and really just can't say enough about the entire team that's behind that.
Excellent. So what you'll see is at the June 1st, June 8th meeting, we had a number of $75,548,123. It's now increased to appropriation level of $76,188,123 to account for, obviously, the new monies coming in, or at least the guaranteed monies coming in from the state. Like I said, if there was a change, we bring that to you. This is the only change to the budget at this point, and a good change for that matter. Any questions on that?
Thank you very much. It sounds like a lot of work. Are we able to sustain this level of remuneration from the state?
I hope so. Typically, what we've seen in the past is once you kind of hit a level, you kind of stay around there because they see the need. And we should be able to. To be frank, what we have seen in our decade over with Vashon Island is you budget for half or just a quarter of what you apply for because they typically don't grant it. So once again, the job that Dr. Luby and her team did is quite amazing.
Thank you.
And I think the addition of Hannah Bolivar back as with that assistant director position further illustrates the need for that. Not only from a compliance standpoint, but a support in the school. So adding that position and shifting that coordinator role to assistant director, I think is further evidenced by this.
Thank you. Any questions, water directors?
Actually, yes, sorry, I do have a question. So, just for the kind of public understanding of it, like it's fantastic that we've got this much of the remuneration that we applied for, but like how much of our special education services are still not covered by the state?
Over 4 million.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
We're close to 6 million over, and then the 2 million will really help that deficit.
Thank you.
Which will only be closed by 460,000 or so next year with the new legislation. Is that
Yeah,
what it
that's,
comes out to be?
yeah.
And then
Yeah.
another fractional for transportation. Feathered in.
We qualified for safety net and transportation too. We received about 148,000 to help with transportation too this year.
Though that gap was about a $300,000
Yeah.
gap.
Proper.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Process. I have a big kind of long-term system question. You know, I think we've done a really good job in cleaning up our processes and making our system tighter, you know, balancing our budget with our needs. And I wonder, as we're moving forward and being more proactive and thinking about all the things like the long-term vision that we're doing, when is a good time for us to think about more strategic budgeting? Kind of like starts to shift kind of priorities or, you know, getting more money and being more proactive about that instead of just managing to the current budget that we have. Because if we continue to tinker with what we have, it is really just a slow growth and just kind of maintaining the kind of large infrastructure, but just kind of in this budget cycle. If we're thinking about long-term vision and how do we start to shift our budget to get to where we want to be in 3 to 5 years, when would be a good time to start that conversation?
Are you talking about going out to try to procure new revenue sources, or taking what we generally receive or we can count on receiving and then thinking about the strategy behind that? And is that relative to fund balance or relative to?
I think it is both in a sense where we always start with what we have and thinking about what we have and where we place it is like the best use of our money. And then knowing where we need it. So it really drives a lot of the fundraising. Because I think that's what the community needs to kind of see. If we're saying that, hey, this is where we want to be, this is what you're contributing to, that's kind of, I think, the visioning that our community needs. And so, but I think I'll always start with what we have and are we best using our budget. You know, to sometimes we say we're here, but then really our budget reflects a kind of a different route. Just curious, but like, you know, because we have this kind of budget cycle and so in that cycle, when would be a good time to kind of have a kind of conversation?
It could be a perhaps an update. I'm thinking about timing. It could be a good time when we bring the year-end closeout in the fall. Because I think that's going to show you what we've already started to do. For instance, because of our decisions, which were well-founded to spend our fund balance down to really help us out of COVID, that has put us in a place of having to look at expenditures and where are our dollars going. And I think that's one of the things that our finance team noted right away, which is we've made some really intentional decisions around different people that we need in our organization. But then we weren't necessarily tying those people to the right budget accounts. So we've shifted a lot of positions and things all within the law or whatnot to things like our cap tech levy. So how do we pay for it out of that, which frees up general fund? And so we can now start working on A, our fund balance, B, as we'll see tonight, how we continue to get to places of contracts and negotiations with our teachers and our support staff and others that reflects the educators we want, retaining them. So I think some of that work's already started happening simply because when you don't have a lot, you've got to really think about being more strategic. Our schools have been much more strategic this year, thanks to our finance team, who's really taken them through a new process about thinking about, where do they need to spend their money? If we put some things in some accounts for years because we once spent them, we're now rethinking about not just putting them there, but rather saying, do you need that revenue or can you shift it somewhere else? And so some of it's going to be just a new strategy. I've been talking to our principals in their evaluation meetings, and there's a portion in criterion 6 for them, which is all about allocation of resources. And how can we think about being more strategic so that we're thinking more about a zero-based budgeting model of, where do we want to allocate rather than just, since we did it there in the past, we're going to stick it there again. So we've started that process, and I think it's because we had to, which would make a good move, but maybe we can talk more too around exact questions, and then in November, or October, I guess it would be, open up a bigger conversation for the board, if that works.
October would be a good time. That's a good question. I think as we think about 3 years out from now, as we restore fund balance, the money that we were putting towards restoration of fund balance is open for programs, potentially. The other thing we can think about is the local levy. We'd like to see that increased by the legislature from $2,500 to $3,000 at least, if not more room for us. And how would we spend that fund? So to give the community some idea around what happens with that type of money, and how would the programs, how would the services increase or improve in the school district, would be an interesting conversation to have. So I think that's right on point, that there is something coming in. And now clearly we have to take into account inflation and salary adjustments, all those other things as well, and hopefully increasing enrollment too.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious, and Aaron and Matt and I have talked about this around, what's going to what is going to become kind of a new era in terms of compensation as districts have agreed to different amounts, and now we're seeing some having to kind of come back from that or shift. What's that going to look like? And now that there's been that change in the legislature talking about IPD and maybe giving us a better indicator early on about what IPD is going to be, then we're not getting surprised. We can better predict as well. As we move forward to length of contracts and what's that going to look like, because that is a big driver too. With 85% tied up in people, 1 year only contracts continues to, I guess, hamstring a little bit.
It makes it tough to predict in about 2 to 3 years.
Yeah. So I think that's another thing we have to put into this puzzle.
Is there any scientific explanation for how the legislature comes up with IPD? I'm not trying, I mean.
It's such a great question.
I know, and I think I know the answer, and it's just like when you're trying to do budgeting and And there is, I mean, there isn't, right?
There's a convoluted formula behind it, but convoluted is the appropriate term.
Okay.
Like the Senate put in their budget 3.9 for 24-25 for IPD, with the caveat that if the economy, things change, we'll adjust that, or they're gonna adjust it. We don't know what that is.
Right.
So it makes it so hard for us to estimate and move.
And then this is still knowing, like, I don't think there's a district in our state that uses the prototypical school model only. And then there's no recognition that
Right,
that doesn't address actual staffing numbers.
correct.
Makes budgeting hard.
Really hard. That's why with the CBA, we get 2 or 3, it makes it easier in the sense that we know what these kind of mileposts are to hit. We can adjust everything around it accordingly.
Thank you for the great discussion. With that, could I have a motion to approve budget resolution 724, please?
So moved.
Second,
Seconded.
all in favor? Aye,
Aye.
against, and budget resolution 724 passes 4-0. Thank you very much for your work on this. We have a budget for next year.
And I didn't mention, we have our board member-elect from the student Ava here today, and Asha's sitting over there showing her the ropes today. That's why she's not up at the table. They're here for this morning's meeting. But, welcome to both of you today. Thanks for being here.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move forward to 3B, the May 2023 finance report and update on the financial dashboard.
Absolutely. I provided to you is the budget status report through May, then also the budget dashboard, financial dashboard through obviously May. As I was speaking with Superintendent Remote, I feel like I just did this a few weeks ago. We did, through April this time, but we'll go through May. We are now at 75% of our fiscal year, or 9 of 12 months. And once again, everything is tracking quite well. With expenditures, we're at 72% out of 75. With revenues, we're at 73.6 out of 75. And of course, we received a large chunk of local taxes, if you will, local revenue in April. And so that should help float us to the end of the year. Along with, and what I want to point out is I added in the percent of annual apportionment at the start of this year. But this is where you really start to see in May and June at the bottom underneath revenue, you see where the state then drops its apportionment allocation to 5% in May, 6% in June, which doesn't help. But then in July and August, they have a 12.5% and a 10% bump, which does help towards year end. And I think to answer Director Jin's question is, I think the best time to look as we move forward to 2 or 3 years is once we were able to present year end of October. We have a really good idea of fund balance and where we truly stand for this fiscal year. One more thing I'd like to point out is bottom left corner, the widget monthly fund balance cash on hand. We now stand at $1,138,306. And of course, you can see the ups and downs. April is an increase thanks to local taxes, just like October. And then we try to scoop by towards year end. Any questions on that?
Do we know, just like what Dr. Murdo was saying in terms of enrollment decline is just unusual for us to be lower than what we started?
Normal trend from what we're very much used to with other districts, but unusual for you all.
Yeah, do we know any of the reasons?
I don't know. We will survey all of our families who leave again on September 1st and then look at the whole year and have that to you in your November or December meeting when we look at that. But I don't have a great indication of what that has been.
I mean, there's just, having that information, I think is really helpful, but, for the district and the community, as it seems to be used as a, look, we're unhappy and enrollment's declining.
Yeah.
So to know, I mean, I'm seeing that we were down 10 students from February, January, February to now, and 20 even from January, and I think it would be really helpful information to know, and I'm sure we've gained students and lost more.
Correct.
But knowing if, is it, education needs, did they move away? I mean, I think that would be real, even with the small numbers.
Yeah. And that's something we definitely provide to you, which we have done in the past. Just for topical conversation, we saw that out of state movements. They couldn't afford to live here.
Right.
So that's what we saw and probably see something similar, but we want to get those comments, we can get those to you.
Great,
Yeah.
thank you.
It's always good to kind of also see in our surrounding districts to see if the trend is similar, right? So if it's more of a community cultural trend that people are moving in and out versus the Mercer Island thing.
Right.
So that would be good additional information.
Can do.
It can also be like big companies laying people off, people are moving out of the region, like that just happened.
Yeah, I agree.
So, yeah.
Yeah, the tech sector especially has lost a lot of people, most recently in so many different ways.
Isn't that like April? Is that April or?
It's been all.
It's been-
Really been all year.
Yeah,
It's
since
their
January.
brand.
Yeah.
But can I add another? Yeah, can you clarify usually when a parent or when a kid leaves, what is our process of like an exit interview? How do we follow up? What do we normally do?
So two things happen. Usually our best information comes from the registrars and the office managers at the elementary school, the registrars at the high school, middle school. Because that's when we find out where we need to try to figure out where they're going for dropout rates in particular, but also at the elementary of compulsory education. And so making sure we know where's their landing spot. Then we also know where are we forwarding records to? Are we forwarding records out of state? Are we forwarding records in state? So they are our best procure, they procure the information the best. But then on September 1st, we send an email to all of the families who left between February 1st and August 31st, which is the survey of, what did we do well? What didn't we do well? What were some of the factors? Where did you go? And we get a decent return rate. And then we do that again on February 1st, which captures anyone who leaves from September 1st through January 31st. And so we do two different kind of groups, and then that's what we put together to compile the report for you as part of OE 9, I go 10. One of the things, go ahead.
I wonder if it's a norm districts have, when, like, I love the idea, the fact that we're following through with them, make sure there's a learning space, and it's kind of like a warm handoff transition, because people are going to move wherever, and I think it's the institution's responsibility to support the movement, right, that our kids are taken care of. And I wonder in that process, is it traditional kind of, you're exiting out, here's the exiting package, right? And, we're sorry to see you leave. If you come back, contact us through this, and this is a exit, like survey. Kind of, if there's that one step. That has been the norm that districts have been doing to further, I think that, so that we can continue the relationship, right? Further that relationship, even though they're moving, instead of like, oh, I guess you moved to that. But I think there's a lot of movement back in and out.
Yeah.
And I think how we handle people's transition out is also very critical to that when they have an opportunity to move back, they will think about us and,
I think we're ahead of the curve, though. I think a one, like, as you said, package might be a more accessible way to do that. I think we're ahead of the curve on this, and I think other districts are going to have to start thinking the way that we are, which is how do we really fight for enrollment with the amount of competition that's out there. I think public education in general has historically been able to rest on their laurels of, hey, we're here, we're great, we're your option. but that's not the case as much anymore. So as much focus as maybe the people going out, we're also trying to put focus on the people coming in. And we've never really surveyed people to say, why did you arrive? And that's one of the things that we're thinking about, which is why we've gone with niche. To think about where else were they looking and then did they land here? We will also be making a personal phone call to every single registration over the summer, because sometimes people start registering, but they don't hear from anyone until August. We have a team of individuals and Ian's been working with Giovanna and our team, where we have a team of individuals who will be checking regularly the enrollment. And that family will get a personal phone call from us that says, welcome to our school district. We know the registration won't be complete till August. We have you in the system. We're great to have you. Do you have questions? How can we help this transition? Because I think the people coming in, it's going to be harder and harder to retain customers, if you will, with competition out there. So we're also thinking about that transition.
Doesn't
as
the
well.
PTA have like a new family welcome person at every school? Because maybe you could connect them, offer to connect them with that person.
It depends on the school and the volunteer and who they have doing it. So, in theory, yes,
In theory, yes.
but they don't always have that spot filled quite yet.
Gotcha.
So,
Okay,
yes.
I'm curious also about the why, is there a reason why you normally wait till September 1st? Because I've got to say, as a parent who's moved schools before, like, once I'm in the new place, like, I'm not thinking about the old school at all.
I think it's probably been bandwidth more than anything about remembering to send those out and getting that information back. Certainly something that we can contemplate as we think about going forward and needing to keep people or know why people left.
I really appreciate when you said that in like your communication, letting people know what to expect, because you don't know the rhythm, the schedule. And just to say that you can expect to hear from us with, this registration in like August or whatever.
Yep.
Because if they come in May, they're like, oh, I haven't heard anything in June and July, but they don't know. And so I think just letting people know kind of like, this is what you can expect.
Yeah.
Maybe not now, but this is what you can expect. It is really, really helpful.
Because I think they get a lot of customer service if they start enrolling in May and early June. But once you get to about right now, and all of the offices are starting to wind down, and then certainly once they close, there's like this abyss.
Yeah.
And that's where we want to, I think it creates anxiety for families, especially if you're moving in and you're new, I haven't heard, what does this look like? And then they're thinking, okay, well, maybe it's August 1st, but our offices really don't start opening up until the 8th. And so then it's like another week goes by, so we're just trying to guard against that, to lower anxiety, improve the transition and help it.
All right, thank you, great discussion. Continuing forward, 3C, communication and support to the board, proposed revisions to board policy 3141, non-resident student enrollment.
Last meeting, we talked about the actual interlocal agreements that we would have with the city for new enrollments from city employees. But then we also need to back that up in policy. And so what Michelle and Aaron and others have done here, I think Jamie looked at it as well from her lens through choice transfer, is made the appropriate changes to our policy and our procedure. Some of it is lots of cleanup that we just haven't done for a while. It gave us a great opportunity there. But then the other parts is just to make sure that we're reflecting what's in that interlocal and how does it actually play out. So with that, Aaron, do you want to talk about any specific elements?
Sure, as Superintendent Reynolds shared, a lot of it is cleanup. There's just clarification on where things will be posted, because this was originally written when we put like papers in the front office, and now we're not doing that so much. And directing parents to where they can get information. You'll see there's an update on the OSPI. Where is the Washington State Choice Transfer Request portal? So we're just trying to make it easier for parents looking at this to navigate this process. We did add a specific reference to maternal youth and family services as well. That had been a practice, but it was not codified in our policy. So that will be there if you look further down on, I believe it's page, these don't have page numbers, so that's a little bit hard.
Page 2.
page 2, thank you. C, so it explains how we have treated them as well as the Chartwell's employees who work in our district. So we already had those agreements on working that way. So it just clarifies it as well as if you look at D and E, there you go. It directs them as to what their responsibility of the district employees are every year. Again, this is to make it more user friendly for the parents actually navigating it, because it was written very much through the lens of someone who knows the system quite well. And who works in it every day, which is not what our parents do. So reminding them that what they have to do every year, and what may be required, where they're supposed to send the choice transfer information. So we try to make it a policy that could walk people through it. So make it more user friendly. And then the final piece is just taking what we agreed in our local, for non-resident city employees and including that in there. So they have the option. If you scroll down, it says it's a 7, just keep scrolling down. Any non-resident student with a dependent child of the city of Mercer Island employee admitted under subclass 6, blah, 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 whose parent ceases to be an employee. So it's just walking what happens when you're an employee and you apply and what happens when you cease to be a city employee. So again, it's designed to make it crystal clear, sort of what the process would be and what would happen if your student was, if you separate from employment from the city and your student was, say, in starting 12th grade and that type of thing. So do you have any questions?
Can you Google who falls under the class 6?
So essentially, if you're asking which the employees are eligible, it's those employees who are eligible for city benefits. So paid city benefits, and those who are on limited term who of 1 year or more. So they have people who they basically do project work. So they might work on a project for 3 years. So they're in a different class of person from the city's perspective, but they might also have someone that they engage for 45 days. And so it makes sense to have someone who's actually going to be here for at least a full year because it's an academic year for the student. So it's designed to capture those full and part-time people who work for the city who are eligible for benefits, and those people who are going to be working at least for 1 year under contract, which might have a slightly different benefits category. No worries.
Any other questions? Okay, I think we're looking for approval today, is that right?
We can either do it today or we can wait till August. I would say let's wait till August, only because we can start the process of getting information. And they have to finalize their union negotiations, in which case I don't think there'll be any changes to our policy because of that, but it could change. What is an employee or whatnot, so we're fine to wait on that. So maybe we just would make this as a first reading and go second reading in August.
Okay.
And there's also, it will be something that we can at least begin processing people under. So we have at least spent the time, and the relevant people within the district are aware of how it works.
It's nicely cleaned up.
Okay, thank you very much for all this work on aligning our city employee benefits and school employee benefits with our taxpayers and community members benefit from this community alignment. So thank you. Let us move to 3D. Governance commitment, proposed revisions to board policy 1733, board member compensation.
Great, so some cleanup that that is being proposed here is just some cleanup to the compensation that board members, if should they not waive their right to compensation under our policy, then what's the practice for claiming? Our preference is that board members, like our employees, would be submitting essentially kind of monthly time cards. However, what we've added in here is a board member may submit compensation up until the final day of the fiscal year. So that kind of allows us to make sure we're paying out in the actual fiscal year, in which the services were performed as an acting board member. And so thinking about the fiscal year being September 1 to August 31, or if a new board member is elected, it's from their election date when they're sworn in December through August 31, that they can submit back for the compensation. Nothing else has changed, but just kind of codifying that, we're talking about, just like we do with our employees, you can go back a year or submit monthly or quarterly, whatever works for the board member. But then we're not talking about going back multiple years beyond that. So it's consistent with what we do with employees, although it's, usually pretty rare circumstances where we go back more than a month or two, but it allows for that just with the cadence of knowing that you're also volunteers, and even the small compensation that you might get isn't nearly the same as the time we put in.
Don't we, when we sign the waiver, usually at the beginning of the year, doesn't that cover the entire next year?
If you're waiving compensation altogether,
Yeah,
that will waive that, but if you don't waive it and you're collecting, that's what this is covering.
and then if someone signs the waiver and says, like, I don't want compensation, and then they change their mind,
Uh-huh.
then what is the form? Is that the 1733 form that they
Yes.
fill out?
Yeah.
So that just sort of like automatically invalidates the waiver. They don't have to file something else to say the waiver.
I think that would be sufficient, because that's the documentation
Yeah.
that should say, now from this point forward, I'm going to, but then we'd have a date too of where someone could come back to versus I can't go back before when I'd already waived. Yes.
Thank you.
Is there a downside to not signing the waiver and not submitting a time card? Not required, so
Oh, I see,
someone
just
doesn't
being
waive
kind,
it,
and
yeah.
but never claim.
right?
I guess from a budgeting standpoint, but it's not a huge budget item, even at $4,800, so I don't think so from a accounting perspective, if someone doesn't waive. I mean, when someone waives, then we know we're not accounting for that $4,800, but 5 times 48 isn't a huge budget number, so I don't think it's.
Right, we can't go back year to year though. Once that year's closed.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
I mean, I think in terms of being mindful of our budget, being mindful of our fund balance as we're trying to grow that, it's nice to accrue your expenses in the year they're incurred. And that's kind of the purpose of this, and taking even a $25,000 expense in a given year that represents 4 years worth of work is abnormal. That could also fund students more directly, more concretely for this year, right? As opposed to paying for some an overhang for past service.
So, these kind of policies, I realize we're thinking about how do we make sure we reduce barriers, right? Not only for our students, but our staff and teachers and board members. And I would say that board members on Mercer Island are really privileged to be able to do the work that we do, that we have a lot of resource to be able to meet at all odd hours, right? Versus like, I'm looking for 8 to 5 job. So I would like to personally kind of see this, even actually to reduce even more barriers in just the way that it's laid out. There's a lot of cultural kind of influence, right? You may be compensated only if you ask. And then if there's a culture of not asking, and if you're from different culture and you come in brand new and you're just like, oh, what is everybody doing? And, majority of the board members are privileged, don't need to take the money, but if you're a single parent and you need the, if you have to take time off work, all those things, so I actually would like to see this a little bit more explicit in one. I'm sure we have to budget this in our budget, whether board members take it or not. It should be budget, right? Because that's an assumption. And then how we need to really define like what if out of that 4,800, what is $50? Is it one board meeting? Is it per hour? Is it study session? Because right now it's so loosey-goosey in how it is written that I mean, everything I do is board activity related. So do I charge for when I go to an award banquet versus a study session? So I think it'd be nice if we, from the system, lay it all out and do it as an automatic payment, and then have people sign off to not accept it. Right, that's kind of when we talk about reducing barriers, and we're talking about reducing all these cultural, actually, a lot of, I think, on Mercer Island, or is a lot of cultural barriers. So I know a lot of Asian folks would feel really, if they're kind of seeing how other people react first, and then if no one's taking it because it's a privilege for us not to take it, and but you're the one who's taking it, it is really awkward. And so that would be something moving forward. I think if we should be going towards there, making it given, make it equitable, all study session, but no work banquet. I don't know.
Yeah, so I actually love that idea. I just want to say, because actually 2 years ago, I tried to get everybody on the board to start taking their stipend. Because for this reason, like basically being like, this job is impossible to do if you're like a single parent who has to pay for a babysitter, you know, or if you have certain types of jobs, like it's just, you just couldn't do it. And so, and that initiative failed, but Tam's idea is much better because people can still choose to not take the money. But I also would like to see it fleshed out more specifically, like, because went back 2 years ago when I was trying to get everyone to take it, I was kind of like, yeah, which meetings would we be paid for? If I attend a PAC meeting, if I go as, you know, I'm sort of representing the board, and I go to like an award ceremony or something like that, like graduation, like does that, you know, and so I would actually love to see that. I would love to see it be the default, and I know it's money that like could go somewhere else, and my guess is probably 4 out of 5 or 5 out of 5 board members would still decline it. But I do think it would be a good step forward towards making board service more accessible for some people who have to think about it and go, I really can't do it.
So that was the basis of my question
Yeah.
is that like, is that internal debate, and I would love to even see it go a little bit farther, and not that you sign to not take it, but someone can take it and hand it right back to school foundation. I mean, donate it. That way it's completely out of, you know, the district's hands and the board director's hands. And then if you so choose, there's plenty of places, or a booster club or whatever, like, you know, make the commitment that the money's gonna go right back into a place. I think I agree. I think it's important. You know, I mean, I think in terms of, it's such a privilege to be able to have a flexible job where you can take time off, or to not have to work, or, you know, to have, optional childcare that doesn't cost. And that isn't meeting the needs of our community in the sense of making sure that we have all voices at the table. But I think that, I think if we're going to do that, I think we need to go one step further and it become automatic, and then people can choose to donate in whatever way that they want, but just take it out. I think that's, you know, our legislators get paid, and many have, you know, regular jobs and are able to take leave, and they can take leave because they get a small salary, certainly a whole lot bigger than ours, but a small salary, but they also are not, you know, they're tied up 24/7 for 2 or 3 months. So it's very different, but if we're going to do it, I would like to see it be the whole process, and then that way, and then individuals, I mean, you know, those of us that give, we, you know, I'm sure either give far more than that, or, you know, spread out to different ways, and can just use that as, I mean, that's what I did with my campaign funds that I had. I just donated it to Schools Foundation.
Is it possible to donate directly to the district, or no?
I think you have to
It's through the
take
schools foundation.
compensation
nonprofit.
and then. you can go
Yeah,
from there.
so
But it could be
I'm
any nonprofit.
I'm in favor of this change, but I would actually like to see that change as well. Like, could we approve this for now and then look at kind of restructuring the whole thing?
Yep, that would work. Do you want, our team to take a go at that, or do 2 of you want to work on those changes? How do you want to, it's a
How about
board
2 of us?
policy.
How about a committee?
Okay,
You guys want to do it?
Thousand, what we're doing, 40,000.
Yeah, so just kind of being very explicit of, you know, like, we do so much more than beyond this, right? But I think there should be kind of very,
Cause I thought it was a monthly, I've never actually, I thought it was a monthly amount of like 200 a month or whatever. I didn't realize it was
Per meeting.
was it per day? Or portion, yeah. it was-
right, like, right, is it like a 1 hour PAC meeting or is it, you know,
Yeah.
4 hours?
We're kind of liberally, anything you do on behalf of the board, you get $50. But then if you do a 1 hour meeting in a day for the board, you get $50. If it takes 8 hours, you get $50 for that day.
What if you're the president, you spend 3 hours, you know, on the phone or like answering emails?
If you're acting in your capacity as a board
Yeah,
member.
yeah. So it would be great to get all this. stuff.
And it has to be time carded just legally, is that, or, you know, broken
Yeah,
down,
the
or it
account,
can't just be a straight
auditors.
across stipend?
Yeah,
Auditors are gonna wanna see it because it's an RCW.
Got it.
Yeah, I think you can, then we can create a time card for the district and insert all those in.
Right, so you know the schedule,
Yeah.
and then you just have to fix it if somebody doesn't attend the meeting, for example.
Yeah, I mean, we have, won't speak for HR, but we have a system of how we track time for our hourly employees, or when someone works more and they're getting time carded. We have a system. I don't know how it works with this particular piece, but, you know, we have electronic ways that we can do this too,
Yeah.
so.
It would be nice to set it up in a way that doesn't put more burden on the staff, like where the burden is more on the board members to fill something out or.
And that's the way it all is now. I mean, that, yeah, but I don't think I don't think it would be appropriate to ask staff to do time cards for.
No.
No, that's an employee's responsibility.
Can I clarify before we kind of think about
But we're
the
not
step?
employees.
So is 40 so if you, are you reading this as like, 8 hours, 1 day, we still get $50?
Yes,
Or 1
Yes.
hour, like 30 minutes in 1 day for them? So
Yeah,
that's 96 days.
yeah, roughly, yeah, 96 days, yeah,
Yeah.
96 hours, 100 hours about, yeah, that you can do.
Yeah.
And I think easily board services are 100 hours in a year, just relatively easily. Yeah,
I was,
yeah.
so are people okay with approving this change for right now?
Okay, let's move.
this is a little
towards-
bit of a separate issue.
Yeah. Let's move towards approving, board policy 1733 updates on the board member cleanup.
So moved.
Oh, and a second.
Second,
Aye. All against? 0, that's approved 4-0 with the updated changes. Thank you very much. And then we've got a committee consisting of Tam and Deborah to revisit our compensation plan and to make it with our equity lens in mind. Okay.
I don't think it'll be,
So let us move to item 3E, communication and support of the board, renewal of PSESD regional threat assessment cooperative interlocal cooperative agreement.
So this is information only, it doesn't require board approval, but we wanted to just bring this back forward for kind of a public announcement and for you as a board just to be aware of. About 6 years ago, 5-6 years ago, the Puget Sound Educational Service District formed a cooperative. And the original group, there were 13 original districts of which we were one. And really what it was working towards is trying to figure out a better way for school districts to be able to respond to threats, and particularly when a student poses a threat to themselves or to others or to property that's creating a general disruption or a potential situation that could lead to really negative outcomes for families and students and staff. In the past, when a student had made a threat, at times, maybe they would be put out on a long-term suspension, and it would be contingent on maybe a psychiatric evaluation. And it was really cumbersome and you know, oftentimes we didn't get a lot of great information. So we had an interest in being part of this And we've been a member of this cooperative ever since, and we're notifying you that we're gonna continue. What it is it's a series of protocols that we go through that involves the student, other students, staff, parents, administrators, can involve law enforcement if needed, that goes through a threat assessment and tries to determine, is a student really posing a threat or have they made a threat? What might that student need in terms of additional services? And so YFS has been a partner in this. Our school resource officer has been a partner in this, counselors and other educators. And so we're going to continue with this partnership. It also allows us the opportunity that if we're really stuck or we're not sure about a certain situation, the ESD has resources that they actually send to the school that sit in on meetings and help with determinations. And then they have a network of providers in the region who can also then help support the student if needed as well. So it's proved to be very helpful. We don't have lots and lots of these every year, but when they do occur, to be able to have something that we don't have to wait on an outside provider to perform, but we do it ourselves. So, you know, as different behaviors are coming up in our schools, and we're needing to respond, want you as a board just to kind of know what we've been doing and that we're going to continue this.
Thank you. Any rough ballpark, how often do we utilize that services in the school year?
I would say it ranges from 5 to 10 times a year. So, you know, not quite once a month, across the district. And, you know, there are other elements of it that we kind of use that might not be the full assessment, but we'll use a protocol for something, as well.
Thank you. Sounds like, well worth $5,000.
Yeah, it's been well worth it because all the training's free, all the support is free. Well, after you're part of the cooperative, you know, it's all based on FTE and the amount of FTE you have in your district, and that's how the cooperative kind of works. So it's a really fair, it's not like a big district with 20,000 kids is only paying 5,000 too. It's all based on your FTE.
Okay, thank you for that update. It's 10 o'clock. Do we have any public input available? There was nobody online who submitted the form, and I see nobody in place right now.
Forms have been filled out.
So with that, let's close public input and move on to item number 5, the consent agenda. Could I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. Against, and the consent agenda is approved 4-0. Superintendent announcements.
Just, we're wrapping up a tremendous school year, trying to end it on the positive note, tomorrow being our half day for students as they head out, our high schoolers, depending on their schedules. Some are done with finals and have kind of wrapped it up already. Others might have a few things to clean up. But tomorrow, last day of school, graduation was a really great event. Last week, had a lot of fun there. And then last night was the 8th grade promotion. We had the Crest graduation. We had the Pathways graduation. So it's such a great time of year to celebrate the accomplishments of our students. And everyone goes away so we can get some work done. So,
You're welcome.
yeah. So those are the announcements.
Thank you. Legislative report, Deborah.
You know, not much, just what I'm planning on doing, just, you know, in the next month or two, I guess until August, is reaching out to our legislators and trying to get a feel for their interim agendas and meet with them and talk about some of those things. I know that, and then, you know, really pull some of the groups together in terms of PTA and then, you know, how we want to be advocating for our priorities next year. So that's just, I'm just gonna kind of be doing some planning and yeah.
Thank you. I think it'd be an active year for you, certainly next year, as we try to fix some of the funding issues. So
Yes.
thank you very much for the pre-work on this. Any announcements, inquiries and reports? Tam?
Yeah, I've just been hearing a lot of positive feedback about graduation. People, I have a neighbor who's been here forever and he has multiple grandkids in the district. It's like, I've never been to the Veteran Hall and it's like, it was fabulous and they really enjoyed it. So, yeah, thank you to everybody who put this together. And then the graduation, the promotion, 8th grade promotion yesterday for the 8th graders were wonderful. And I just want to shout out to Mary Jo for convincing my son to go to graduation. I go, hey, can you find him in the hall? And so she kind of like, hey, you're not going? And they came home and said, I think I'm going to. On him than I do. It was great. I didn't realize because when I went with my first one, it was COVID, so it was in the stadium, so it felt really kind of removed. It was not as close, but then yesterday, right, it was like jam-packed in the gym, and there were so many beautiful performances. And someone asked me, they knew that I wasn't gonna run again next year. They're like, oh, so what do you enjoy most about your time on the board? And I was like, our students are so accomplished. Just seeing all the activities and all the things that they do, they're so accomplished. And they're so, the growth. And one of the speakers, she was saying how she was only here for been a couple of years. She came here in like 5th grade. And how she didn't really speak English well, and she gave an amazing presentation yesterday. I just don't see the growth of our students is really fabulous.
I attended, not in my official role as a board member, but I attended the Make Us Visible Student Showcase a couple days ago in Bellevue, and that is a group of parents and mostly teens that are trying to get more representation of Asian American history into the schools. And there were kids from a whole bunch of different districts on the east side, but Mercer Island was extremely well represented. There was a talent show. There were speeches by kids, some of our like super impressive, articulate, high school students and middle school students. And I got to see Ryan Xie play again, and that lovely Mongolian trio of siblings, who I had like read about in the paper but never seen them perform. They're amazing. Yeah, it was really neat, and it was neat to see Mercer Island representing so well, like among this big group of kids from all over.
And I understand the Saturday Pride event at Mercedale Park was a great success. I was doing dad duties with celebrating my own graduate, but I heard it was great. And then
Juneteenth was
great. I wasn't able to get to that. But just
really
at the
good
beginning,
turnout,
so
like
it
really
was.
impressive turnout from like a few years ago, a few years pre-COVID, when it was like 6 people at a table in Mercerdale Park, yeah, it's really cool.
Great. Yeah, I mean, I have the same general feelings that our graduation was great. And what I loved, I really, as we modified or adapted our vision, values, mission, and really stating students are the priority, the fact that it was so student-led, the people I've talked to in other places, I don't think it has the same feel. And it really, I appreciate adults who work hard like to have attention too, but really step back and let our students shine, and basically run the entire thing. So that was fantastic. And I'm already getting questions on, we're doing that next year, right? So yeah, was
We're doing it in Benaroya next year.
definitely. Right, and I know the number, what I was most worried about was for our families and making sure that everyone who wanted to attend was able to, and I hear that the Zoom quality was great, and which isn't surprising because it's set up for things like that, but also that everyone who really wanted to be present was able to, based on ticket numbers, and our next year's class is smaller than this year. So, I mean, as we have that trend, I appreciate the administration's hard work to make sure that everyone who wanted to be there was able to go.
Cute. Yeah, I like what Benaroya was lovely. Like I could hear everything, the music. One of the waffling voices as a showwear. So lovely. And I appreciate it. I echo the student led-ness. Even the Pride event and And the Juneteenth event being student-led as well. I think that agency for students is great. And allow them to be their own voices. So the school, I love the culture of the school, that we enable that, and adults can be coaches and step back when needed to allow kids to lead. So thank you very much. Let's see, I think that brings an end to our regular board session. This evening, we will have another continuation of the board session to do some contract approvals, including a bargaining contract as well as the superintendent contract. Will happen this evening. The board members will be present on Zoom. District employees will be here. Those actions will take place this evening and then we will adjourn. But now we will recess till 10:30 and restart our study session for the rest of the afternoon. And no action will be taken during our study session. This is an opportunity for board members to discuss in depth more topics of interest. But there will be action at our 6:30 resumption of this meeting. So hope that's all clear and recess till 10:30 now. Thank you.
Nothing in here, Good, that's modeling, yeah. good modeling.
Okay, we're going to resume. Okay, we're back online and we are resuming our school board June 22nd study session. Per the agenda, first item 9A, communication and support to the board, review of EES survey data pursuant to board policy OE1, student focused fundamentals.
Great. So kind of A, B, and C will kind of form the first portion of our meeting and time together. And then the second part will be D and E. And we've invited Ronnie Rumsey from the Center for Educational Effectiveness to join us today. Ronnie's educator in the region. She'll introduce herself. Teacher, principal, district administrator, and then retired from those and went to work for the Center for Educational Effectiveness. And she's worked with our learning services team. And then most recently, she was with our principals last week and other district leaders really looking at our EES data. What we're trying to do is really start thinking about using this less as a formative assessment or excuse me, a summative assessment and more of formative, and how can we take the information, certainly continue to put them into school improvement plans, district improvement plans, but so many of them show up in the fundamentals in the way that you're monitoring and expecting us to demonstrate progress as a school district. And so we thought it would be great to bring Ronnie to our board today and to help us with our study session, because I think it can help to influence our discussions around all of our fundamentals, but certainly fundamentals 2 and 3. But obviously fundamental 1 plays a big part in this. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ronnie.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having me back. The last time I was here was for a high cap review. And a lot has happened since then. We've had a major glitch in school systems around the world and how we educate kids, and had an opportunity to be home with our children for a while. And now we're back. And one of the pieces that we've been able to kind of monitor as we've come back at CEE is the data after COVID. What do things look like after COVID? So I want to have an opportunity to talk to you a little bit about the trends that we're seeing, but also to have you look at some of your trends. And then to be totally honest with you, I've watched your data for several years now, and it's always been good. You've had good data, and I'm going to push a little bit and say, how can we get it to great? How can we move some of these dials that are sitting in the same spot they were the year before, last year? So hopefully I'll give you some things to think about as you work on your strategic planning or planning for the upcoming year and what you might focus on. So let me go ahead and share my screen. And then
And all of these materials are in the packets that we put there. And then I also sent you electronic files in it in an email, so you can look at it electronically as well.
if you're like me, I like to look at data old school on paper and put it out. So I appreciate that, Fred. Okay, so part of this is gonna be me just talking to you a little bit, and then part of it, I'm gonna put you to work. Because I think that's really where the beauty of the data comes in, is when you get to get in it and play with it, and it's really dirty for you. So this is a quote that for me after COVID stood out. And as I work with districts and buildings, it becomes more and more apparent that if we're not creating the culture that we want, the culture we want for students, if we're not creating that for the adults as well within our systems, it's virtually impossible to make some of those systemic changes that we need to make. You know, whether it's with staff wellness or staff training or whatever pieces. When I went with the administrators, I talked a little bit about, and aged myself maybe a little bit. I grew up on a well. And when your well dries up, has anybody seen a dry well? At the bottom of a dry well is gunk. It's just gunk. And so if our adults are pulling from that dry well because we haven't filled it up for them, they have gunk to give. So we want to make sure that we're providing the best conditions for them as well. To make sure that they're providing that for our students, so. Michael Fullen says leaders have to provide direction, create the conditions for effective peer interaction. And intervene along the way when things are not working as well as they could. And sorry, I gotta move the screen here, sorry. Okay, and Michael Fullen is one of the researchers in education that we turn to a lot, but as leaders here, it's our job to provide the direction and so that administrators can go out and create those conditions that their staff are looking for. So as you look at the data today, this didn't come up after pandemic solutionitis, it came up before the pandemic, because I've suffered from it. So when I first started with EES data in 2000, I probably shouldn't tell you this, but it was like 2002, working with EES data in a district I was in, who using the surveys was part of a grant requirement. And every year we would do the survey, staff, student, and families. We'd get the data back, and I was a pretty new principal, so I get it and I look at it and I go, I don't know what to do with this, don't know what it means. I've got stuff to do and kids in my office, and I put it on my shelf. And then I pull it back out, and I go, okay, let me look at this a minute. Okay, so it said this, so that means that, so I'm gonna put this in place and it will make a difference. And then I do it the next year and I get it, and my data will come back and I go, nothing changed. Or it went in the opposite direction I want. So we're gonna go over to this. I think it's because we adopted a curriculum and we haven't spent enough time with PD. So we would do more PD. Come back and get the data and go, well, that's not the reason either. So for me, what I really look for is not to have a solution when I first look at the data. Not to have, I try to take any biases about what's going on in the district, what the context is behind some of the data, and put it aside. Right now, as I work with districts and buildings a lot, I hear it's because of COVID. It's this way because of COVID. Maybe so, and maybe not. I mean, some of the data you're going to look at has been the same since before COVID. So for us to say that it is COVID, we would need to ask some more questions. And that's where this next slide comes in, is as you look at the data and start beginning to have conversations as a board with each other and with other constituents who would be important in that particular item, to ask the question, what would a person need to see, hear, or experience in order to have a more positive response? Okay. What I look at when I'm looking at the data is not the negatives or the positives, to be totally honest with you. I look at those neutral. So if you look at a Likert scale that has 5 points, it's a 3. Because if I don't find out from the 3s, that the label we put on that is sometimes true. So what it tells me is whatever it is they were looking for in that question, that prompt, it's there sometimes. So it doesn't mean we have to recreate anything, it's already there. So what is it that we need to have more of, or see more of, or hear more about in order to move those neutral responses up to a more positive response? So your administrators have this slide. This is a slide I encourage them to memorize, to use with their staff, not to take this data as final, because this isn't final data. This is one data point. And so it's really important that we collect a few more data points around some of these items as we look at them. So I touched on this a little bit already. When you look at the Likert scale and you look at our reports, this is what you'll see. You'll see an almost always true and often true. And I call those our positive responses. Those would be the 4s and 5s. And then the 1s and 2s would be the negative responses. So those catch our eye as administrators. We all went, oh, that's really red. Or how do I fix this red piece? Because it bothers me that it's there. But really here, this is what we call the land of opportunity. This is what I really focused on, and we really focused on looking at with the administrators when we worked last week, is what is the land of opportunity? Because that's where you can move people. Those are the people that are kind of fence sitting, and we know that we just need to have some conversations with them. So, so what I'd like to do is just throw this out for you. and Peter Drucker said a long time ago that culture eats strategy for breakfast. So no matter what strategies we put in place in our systems, if the culture isn't supportive, if it's all about that relational trust piece. And some of the work that we're doing, you'll see in the next year or two, is around relational trust and how that fits into the school systems. If we don't have that relational trust within a building, whether it be amongst staff members, because right now that's a lot of what we see going on. Staff members don't have that trust of their colleague across the hallway. They don't have the trust of their administrator doesn't trust the staff. It goes all different directions. So really working on that relational trust is foundational. So we're gonna kind of dig in, and we gave everybody in the district a survey. Gosh, when was that? March, April?
March and April
March
is our
and April, I
administration
think,
this year.
yeah. And so the first data point I have for you is this one, and it's your cover page. And this is something that I always look at, is the end counts. And you can see that you have some end counts that weren't quite as high as they were the previous year. For example, not as many staff answered the questions. Not as many families answered the surveys. Not bad on students. We did a pretty good, it was pretty good student response. Okay, and that could be, we had lower numbers, you know, that a certain grade level graduated, they were the bubble. Now we have a smaller grade coming in that replaced them. But my question would be, why were fewer staff members answering the survey? Or why were fewer families answering the survey? We know around survey fatigue that it's not the number of items on the survey. It's not how many surveys are given. It's what is done with the data after the survey. So if that data isn't shared back to the constituents, to the respondents, pretty soon you get people who go, nothing's ever done with this data. I'm not gonna take it. Okay, it's like I just had my car serviced and I have the survey to tell them how well they did. I wonder what they're gonna do with the data. They've never told me after I do it. You know, have they adjusted their service policies? Do I get a free tune-up every so many miles? So I think that's an important thing to consider. How do we share this back to families? How do we share this back to, and I mentioned that with your administrators as well. Some of this data is a little harder to share because it's not like student achievement data. It's soft data. It can change from one day to another. It can change depending on what's going on in the district. It can change on the month. So that's why when Fred and I were talking, we talked about this is really formative data because it's not a static knowledge base. So the first thing in your packet that you will see, and if you just want to pay attention up here, fine. If you want to look in your packet, I believe it's page number 2. It's the top of page number 2. I will say this slide is a little different than the top of page 2, and because we don't have a longitudinal look in your packet. And I wanted to make sure I gave you a longitudinal look around relational trust with leadership. So what I did was, this is the data from year before, from last year. Okay, and when we talk about relational trust with leadership, it's about how well problems are solved and how well conflict is resolved. And do staff see that? Do they trust that the administrator is going to make that happen? Do they trust that they can address those conflicts amongst the staff? So you can see we're about 67% in my school. We talk about how to solve it. There's a willingness to address conflict in this school, and 57% at staff share a high sense of urgency around the need to improve. Okay. If I look down at the next year, you can see those numbers have dropped a little bit for 2 of those. And gone to the neutrals. So somewhere along the line, somebody went from a positive response to a neutral response. The numbers did go up except in one area for your % negative. But what we really look at is this piece right here. We want the % positive to be above 60%. We know that with our outlier schools and our schools that are the highest performing as far as moving the line. that number is always above 60% positive around those conflict resolution and problem solving pieces. And the numbers are always below 10% for the negatives. Okay, so you're sitting pretty good with the below 10%. Percent positives, you've got a couple here that are, if they continue, they're dropping. Or they're staying the same. So we really want to look at, especially the piece, there's a willingness to address conflict in this school. I can say that there's across the board trend in most of the schools that I work in, and I come in and work with schools right now, have a lot of, I'll just call them opportunities for growth. This is a big area where I see a lot of the numbers have just steadily gone down, and now we're in a kind of a SOS. What do we do now? So I would say these are not areas to go. They're looking good, but how do we work to make sure our administrators have the skills to address the conflict? Do they have the skill? Some of those pieces. And if you have a question about any of this as I'm talking, I just realized I didn't tell you, but just stop me on that slide and then I'll be happy to answer it then. Don't wait for the next one. So.
Ronnie, on the trust piece, I think the center has typically used the Trust Matters work in the book by
Shanahan.
Thank you. And is that still how you define and think about trust as an organization?
Pretty much,
Okay.
yeah, we still use those characteristics that were in there around organizational trust.
Yeah.
So, yeah, in the regular PDF version of all the reports, it's in there in those buckets. So benevolence, caring, all those pieces. So,
I think one of the questions, I just wanted to make sure because we had done some work with the leadership team, obviously with that and revisiting those components. And then Brene Brown has a trust framework as well. But when the high school team looked at their data, the cabinet with the administrators last week, you know, there were some questions about whether or not a discrepancy between things like, you know, that we're starting to get at of I'm willing to change, you know, versus my colleagues. And their questions were really around, you know, is that really a trust issue or is that something else? And so it may not come up today, but I'd love to pick your brain a little bit about how those, why it's called trust, and not maybe something else within your organization.
okay,
But that we can just maybe put that.
okay, let me go to the next slide and then that might fit in here a little better with that one. So the next slide really
So,
talks.
on the previous.
Sure.
The issue with conflict, resolving conflict, I mean, this ends up being super philosophical, but I mean,
Sure.
really, there's one case where black and white, there's a winner, there's a loser. But increasingly, our conflicts are much more nuanced and require more balancing of minds, as opposed to picking a winner.
Right,
And so does that look like you're not willing to resolve conflict, or does that look like, what does that look like?
it really depends on that question, what does a person need to see or experience? In my experience, because a lot of times, so as I work with staff, conflict means a different thing to you than it does to me. So for me, in my family, it meant conflict was punching each other in the nose. To somebody, it really wasn't, but that's just my in somebody else's family, conflict meant we argued a lot. Well, in my family, we never argued, you know, so what is conflict exactly? What does it look like? And then when it's resolved, what does it look like? The other piece that goes into that conflict piece, I think, is kind of a confusion about decision-making and how decisions are made, because conflict comes up typically when we don't know how decisions are gonna be made, and I'm asked to give input, and then my input is not taken. So we get a lot of conflict in that area as well. So working on a few of those things around, what does this really look like, makes a difference. But did that answer your question?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, clearly, we're in a school system, so it's not physical violence. It's usually ideas, discussions, that type of thing, right?
It totally,
You know,
yeah.
and people are advocating in many cases for students. And so, you know, that's a very personal issue there too. So no, I believe it should be this way, and somebody else says, I believe it should be this way, and they could both be right, they could be in conflict with each other. In the end, they see it that way, they want a black and white answer, and school districts are often not in the position to give black and white answers. It can be frustrating to teachers, it can be frustrating to parents, it can be frustrating to students, and increasingly with polarization and such, that's happening more and more, right?
Correct.
So,
Yeah,
I
would
mean,
say that's true.
as you're saying, if this number keeps going down, is that the reality in general? And how do school districts balance this?
Well, I'm not sure I can give you an answer on how they balance it. What I have found is the more, as I dig in a little bit more, and this is Ronnie research, so there's nothing scientific about it, it's just my observations as I work with schools, is a lot of times that conflict that you're talking about is about schedules, it's about when intervention time is, it's about, when do the kids get out early for athletics? Pieces, things like that, where a decision is made, and it may not be really clear about why that decision was made or what information was used to make that decision. Some of the other conflict that I see coming up is with people, with personnel, where there are sometimes conversations where an administrator can't have a conversation about how that conflict was resolved. And staff doesn't know that it was resolved, or around student behavior. There are times when we can't share that information. So you are correct, some of this is around some of that. So how do we put systems in place so that we know that the conflict is being handled and it's being resolved? Not that we have to share everything, but how do we make it so that people know that it's happening?
That's fair.
That's a really great point. I think that, I think our natural assumption is if we don't know what happened, then nothing happened. And that's typically not the case.
Right. True. I mean, you think about a student who's been suspended and the other parent says, what happened to the other student? Well, I'm not at liberty to tell you that. Well, nothing happened to the other student then because you can't tell me. So same goes with the same person. I did that with personnel as well. So thanks for those great questions. Let's talk a little bit about relational trust between staff, because we look at that a little bit differently. We ask questions, about myself, I answer a question about myself, and I answer that same question about my colleague. Okay, so for example, we asked staff the question, I'm welcome to new ideas and change. 89% of the staff said they were welcome to new ideas and change. You had 1% that said they weren't. Okay. And then they were asked the same question. My colleagues are open, welcome new ideas and change. They had 61% said, yes, my colleagues are, and then 4% my colleagues aren't. This particular visualization doesn't give you the neutral, so these are just positives and negatives. Okay, so it doesn't add up to 100%. But when I look down here to openness to new ideas, I can see the gap is 28%. Okay, so what that tells me is if I subtract this 4% from its 28%, there's 24% neutrals. Okay, which is a celebration, but it adds to the gap. So you know that it's there, just we need to figure out what it is that they need to see more of. The example I give for this one is I'm willing to work at changing my school for the better. I worked with a school where the gap was 78%. Okay, we like to keep the gap below 20%. Our database has shown that those are the schools that are making the best progress at an elementary. It was 78%. So I went in thinking, okay, we're gonna have to do, they don't trust each other, we're gonna have to do trust falls, we're gonna have to do a ropes course, we're gonna have to do all this or that, and have lots of professional development. After we had the conversation and asked, what do you need to see, hear, or experience more of, it was, we need to hear more positive conversations about what's going on in the staff room. It was about behaviors that they were seeing in their colleagues. So all of this is about behaviors when we talk about that relational trust piece. It's not about the words I say. Because I can tell you all day, I believe all students can learn, but I may have one little student, I keep back in the corner all day because I don't believe that he can learn or she can learn. So when I work with staff, that's what I tell them, we're looking at behaviors, not intention. Okay, so when we look at this, we really look for that I to be above 90%, and typically Mercer Island staff is above 90% on those I questions. Okay, at the elementary level, we look for the gap to be below 20% and below 25% at the secondary level. It's a little harder with that gap at the secondary level because the only time they really typically work together is at a department meeting. Okay, it's not as easy as at an elementary where you have the schedules are, it's not a block schedule where it's so, oh, I got a class till here, now I can step out in the hallway, now I step back in my classroom. It's a little different at an elementary, so it's a little easier to see some of those gaps be less. Okay, what I have watched, I guess I didn't put the longitudinal look in here. You will have a longitudinal look for this, the I versus they gap in your packet. I didn't put it up here, but what I notice is your gaps are getting wider. Okay, rather than getting less, they're getting wider. So that means that first slide I showed about creating the conditions for the adults, you really want to be looking at that because one of your fundamentals, we'll talk about it a little bit later, it's impacted by that. But there's no measure there about the adult culture. Okay, so we'll talk about that in the second half of this as we work through this a little bit.
Connie, off the top of your head, do you see that our gap is growing more in the neutrals or more in the negative responses? Do you know offhand, do you recall?
I would have to pull a different report that I haven't looked at, but I can pull up for you. Yeah. I know Mercer Island is not competitive at all. So actually, we created this visualization because we kept getting this request from Mercer Island. So how do we compare? So this is the Mercer Island visualization. So
that's not typical of other districts.
not a whole lot in this area. Yes, I worked in Riverview, so it was always how's Mercer Island doing? How's Asia doing? How's Tahoma doing? So how's, so we had the same things, Snoqualmie Valley, yeah. So,
The CCS group.
yes, that group. That group. So this is from on all our database. This is how Mercer Island's responses compared to our database over the last 3 years. We did a reset after COVID. Okay, so this is the after COVID look. How do you compare? Blue is staff, yellow is families, and kind of the salmon, raspberry, red color is the students. That line you see in the middle there, I guess right here is your mean. Okay, so obviously you want to be above the mean. I don't have a longitudinal visualization for this to be able to tell you. There's another tool I can grab it for you and using another tool, but you can see there's families they are a little bit below the mean. Your staff is unusually high above the mean, which I don't see a lot. Right now, staff tend to be, for the most part, below the mean on almost everything.
Did you not survey students about collaboration and communication?
They don't answer that question. They don't answer anything in that bucket because they don't know they don't know if teachers get together and collaborate or how the communication happens or any of that. So if there's not something for a responding group, they didn't have questions in that bucket. Yeah.
And this is compared nationally or?
Compared to our
is this
database, yeah.
to the entire database, not just Washington?
Not just Washington.
Okay.
So districts are compared to districts and we don't have a size filter on that. So you're compared to our Atlanta district. We're in Atlanta right now, so their database, their data is in here as well. Along with a couple in Tennessee, or kind of all over right now. So you compare across the nation. High schools are compared to high schools, middle schools, and elementaries to elementaries. So each building got their own report on how they compare. This is just a part of visualization on page.
Can I ask a question on that? This is just fascinating to me, and I've always kind of wondered in terms of, you know, we hear so often, and I know that it's true, that families, parents make the choice to move to Marshall Island because of the schools. And it's number one, if not top three. And to see the parents rating things, I mean, just so far below the mean, I think that's, well, it's whatever. And I get, my question is, can you compare us to high performing districts or schools? I just think, I wonder if it's like, many of us have had amazing opportunities and privileges that I think across the board, people don't have.
Mhm.
And, you know, to me, it's, I don't know. I mean, is it that our expectations are too high for public education? I mean, we want things to be perfect for our kids, even though, you know, they weren't perfect for us. And I guess this bothers me, and I actually sense this from our community. And I guess I'm just, I guess I'm just commenting, like, this is something that's very bothersome to me, and why is it happening, and what can we?
Can I jump in and kind of?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Respond to that?
Phrase that better than I just did.
Well, I think that what it points to is that, like, in the last year, I think, last year and a half, we have so upped our game in terms of communicating what is happening in the district, like activities our kids are involved in, how we keep winning everything. You know, like some of the amazing stuff that's going on kind of individually, like at a classroom level, like look at this kid reading, it's adorable, like, you know, kind of thing. We're just like knocking it out of the park at that level of communication. And then I think that the challenge maybe, and like I'd like to hear from other board members whether they agree or not, is I think the challenge for next year is going to be looking at these areas and communicating some of these things, like what is our focus? How are we monitoring our teaching quality? Like, how are we working on improving our teaching quality? It's kind of like the next level of communication, you know, like, and I don't know what the answer is, like, I'll leave that up to the communications professionals, but whether, for example, if there are parents who are really interested in learning about curriculum changes, maybe, you know, maybe there should be like a email update list for those parents, you know what I mean? Like not everybody wants to hear everything. You can't get everyone to listen to like 5 announcements a day from the district, but you know what I mean? It's like, we did that with some success during the superintendent search. We were like, if you want to know about the superintendent search, sign up for this email list and we'll send you everything that's happening. And a lot of people did, and they were really happy about that. So I just wonder whether maybe some of these areas, maybe there's a way of doing like more targeted kind of outreach to parents, but I agree that it's concerning, but that's my take on it, is that it's.
So before you jump to solutions, I would say dig into the data within those buckets, within those characteristics. There may be 1 or 2 that stand out to you that's where you need to focus. Or that's where you need to ask more questions. You don't have enough data yet to be able, I mean, you can start communicating all you want, and if it's not about communication, your numbers are gonna be the same. Okay, and that's gonna get into the second half of what we work on, and what are you gonna focus on? Because your focus is this wide, and how can we get it, so you use some of this data to narrow some of the focus, so that you really show some impact in an area, rather than it just always being statistically the same. Okay, I don't know that I would panic over this. This doesn't surprise me after I did your high cap review. And how many I've never had so many parent focus groups. And I did the high cap review in Yakima. So having that many focus groups for your family doesn't surprise me. Okay. So it's just worth more conversation. The next piece that we're gonna look at is, we're gonna go quick here. The top 5, bottom 5, and what you're gonna look at here is you're gonna look at the top 5 positive responses for each group and the bottom 5 positive responses, not the negative responses. Okay, I have found in all my years working with this, I can't impact the negative response as much. I just can't, but it's that 80-20. I can pull those 20%, I can pull some along. Help some along, I can ask those questions to be able to move those neutrals. Okay, so really we want these RTBs, that means readiness to benefit. Those are those questions we ask about staff, about themselves. What are they willing to do? You want all three of those, this is your data. We want all three of those to be up here in the 90%, and you have two of them. Okay, so that, for me, that's okay, I need to have a little more conversation about that. These would be possible areas to focus on, like there's a willingness to address conflict in this school. It's 57% positive. But you saw how many neutrals there were. So what is something we can do about that? The first thing I'll tell you is have more conversation. Okay. You're also going to look at common questions, and this is just the screenshot. I didn't put the whole page on here. A screenshot of what we've done is we've pulled all of the data together for certain items like equity, diversity, behavior standard, according to staff, student, and family, to see if there's a discrepancy, to see if there's a big gap in perceptions. One I typically find in a lot of schools, and one is around success. I typically see that, especially at high school levels, is we have a system to celebrate success. Staff say we do, students say we don't. The other one is the students understand behavior expectations. Staff say they don't, students say they do. One of the things I've talked about with the administrators is we have unwritten behavior standards that we've never told kids. Some of our students don't know some of these unexpected behavior standards that we have. So we need to make sure those are all articulated, and that's what we're looking at. As well as celebrating success, we often don't ask students what celebrating success looks like to them. What would it be? My boys, when we were in a school with accelerated reader, they loved to read, they hated accelerated reader. And what were the awards given for? Success was you got passing more tests on accelerated reader. They could care less. So for them, we didn't ever celebrate success, and they just wanted a pizza party, not to be called in front of the group, because they were the principal's kid, and who wants to see the principal's kid get an award? So, like I said, it's about having some more conversations. Okay, so we'll come back to this. Going the wrong direction. Okay, here's what I'd like you to do. We're only going to have about 15 minutes. No, I'm going to give you 10. So we'll come back at 20 after. I want you to look through the pages that you have. There's 2 pages at the very end. Don't look at those. We're going to use those later. So look through the pages that we've talked about. Come up with at least one celebration, at least one opportunity. You might call them a challenge. I call them opportunities because that's where we can move things along. And then maybe there's just some questions you have about something I want to know more about. And maybe you have a question about how we came up with the data, or maybe you have a question about why would it say that, or why would staff say that? So those are the things that I kind of want you to look at. We're going to take some time, and then we're going to come back together and talk about what you found. Okay, so about 10 minutes.
That's just.
Okay. So you just need to look through pages 1 through 7 for right now. In about 1 minute. Okay. Let's come back together and share out some of the celebrations that you saw.
One of them for me was academic equity. The students felt that student placement in advanced classes was not influenced by race, gender, or socioeconomic levels, like in the 86%. Although then we just call them opportunities. An opportunity is why do staff and families have a lower level of agreement with that? I just kind of wonder where the disconnect is there.
Great. I think the celebration on page 4, when all the parents' perceptions are lower, the one that is high is effective leadership. I think that if all the school board does is to be in charge of the superintendent, I think that is a good positive, shift in the last couple of years of how people are becoming more confident in our superintendent and his team. So, I mean, it's a great start, right? And then all the other thing, actually, I see this, I know Deborah, you mentioned that you were concerned about this, but what I see in this graph really is, for staff, they're doing the work. And so this is kind of the reality of how things are. And I see where the family is, where the stretch goals are, right? Because of how we can be better based on our community, because we are as a whole, maybe a better resource, are functioning, more time to be more critical. I think it's great to push the public school system to be better, right? And perception is actually, it could be easier to be changed than actually where my concerns is in like the whole trust thing of what people say that they're doing, what they think their colleagues are doing, because even though maybe a lot of people are saying that they're willing to do this, it is like, because I did a lot of research on people about their DEI thing, right? They say that they're very woke and they're very, pro-diversity. But if you actually measure their behavior, it's not in alignment with what they think they are and their behavior. So I think that is a harder thing to do, is when we actually have measurement that measures people's behavior. And if, because it's nice to say that I'm willing to be held accountable, but we have no accountability measures. Then it's easy. So I think that's a harder thing, but then the perception is, so this is, yeah, page 4. Celebration is that people are becoming more confident in the effectiveness of our leadership. It starts from there.
Great, thank you. Anybody else?
I was noticing how, in terms of our percent of positive responses, many of them have to do with, students' kind of culture and safety and how they're feeling. So I thought that was great. The opportunities for growth, I think, it seems like a lot of the areas we can improve are, either, I don't know if it's parents' understanding of the academics or the communications, like something having to relate to the monitoring of teaching and learning. There's a gap between what our staff is doing and believe that they're doing versus either how students are feeling about it or families.
Great, that behavior versus intent. Great, thank you.
Yeah, I'd say there's very high expectations among parents, for sure. Clearly bears itself out. I think some of those high expectations are, how do parents participate in the education of their students? You can certainly see that in things like intervention for struggling students. It's lower over there, so the opportunity. As well as change in positive responses for high expectations and intervention for struggling students has been dropping. So I think and I think it's borne out from some of the public input we've had from parents as to how they can be more effective in participating in helping their children accomplish their goals.
Good. And just so you know, a trend across the, since I've been with CEE is that particular one about how parents helping their students has always been low in every district I've been in. It's always an area of opportunity where we could do better, especially at the secondary levels, where when we start getting up into the, the higher academics, how do I help my student with calculus? I never took calculus. I wouldn't have an idea how to do that. So some of that, just so you know, it's not what you want, but it is typical. So, yeah, thank you for that. Yeah.
Can I add another one? That's
Sure.
really just, what David said was also very concerning for me, is intervention for struggling students. And why that, beside the low numbers, percentage, but when we think about our students, we always, Mercer Island, we're high achieving. We put a lot of effort and we put a lot of resources in students, to have, all these extra math classes and all these things, and so we provide. But then we don't think that the whole spectrum of learners, right? And oftentimes maybe we do neglect those who aren't like naturally high achieving or naturally can to do themselves and not provide their support resources for that. And so that's really, and sometimes when we highlight all the amazing things your students do, and it just reminds me of my kids, I'm like, they're like, what's wrong with being mediocre? And oh my God, and so, but when you're in a school district where everybody's so high achieving, then just being your awesome self is seen as less. And so somehow that really hits me hard.
So as you have an opportunity, I would encourage you to go in and look at the students' SEL responses around that, and you'll see that maybe your perception of how they're feeling is different, because it's not necessarily that they're as happy as we might think they are. So, and happy is not a good word, because we didn't ask them about being happy, but we did ask them a lot of questions about 21st century skills, breaking problems into smaller chunks. I know where to go when I have a problem. Those kind of questions that we don't necessarily monitor within the classroom. So that is in that cell piece of we're not going to look at that report today, we just don't have time, but I would encourage you to look at that. That came, I still remember that coming up in the high cap review, was how pressured students felt. So. And I get it, we all what's best for our kids, we want. I'm with you, so.
Kind of related to that, there's just a couple of sort of discrepancies that like gaps that I saw, opportunities. Under celebrating success on page 7, student success is celebrated at this school. The students rated it, 56% last year and 59% this year, whereas the staff rated it 71%, 74%, and the parents rated it 70, 71%. So like clearly the students don't feel that success is being celebrated to the same extent that the adults do. So that's one area. And then also under safety, there's again a gap where students are like 10 points behind where their parents feel in terms of safety at the school. And a little bit less than that. There's a little less than that. Like the staff responses are closer to the student responses. But again, it's like parents that are there going like, oh, my kid feels totally safe at school, and maybe they don't, in whatever sense, whatever safety means to them.
Maybe their student hasn't said anything to them.
Right. Yeah, right.
Are there questions that differentiate emotional safety versus physical safety?
Not on this tool. We have another tool that does, but this one doesn't necessarily. It just says safety.
I mean, in terms, I think that would be really interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to think about how.
I mean, I guess you can kind of look at bullying in terms of emotional safety. Well, I guess that's bullying.
And, really, this is the high level, so that would be a conversation when we talk about safety, what does it mean to you? So we can have some more conversations about that. I hate to keep going back to the more conversations, but.
Right, no, I mean, I
that's
just
really
think
where the
it's,
data is.
as parents, I think so often we think of safety like the external things that impact our kids, and then students are talking about how do I feel at school every day.
Yeah, and I think there's, I think about safety, I think about psychological safety a lot.
Right.
Because that's just where my interest tends to be right now, especially with adults. And that filters down to students, so students can see when that's happening as well. So, yeah, so that would be a good thing to see if there's a way we can figure that out without having another tool. Do you have anything else? Okay, I want to bring you back to page 3. Page 3 is the longitudinal look at your I versus they gap. And your gaps are going up in all areas, all of those. I know 2% doesn't seem like a lot, but if there's not some intention put towards those, that gap is going to increase.
Sorry, can you
So,
say that again?
sure, if there's not some intention put toward the adult pieces of trust, those gaps are going to increase. Which in turn, we know from Patty, we know from, oh gosh, what's that man's name? I just talked about him today. We know that if those pieces aren't addressed, if trust isn't addressed, this other stuff doesn't change. So I know our imperative that we're given is to make sure our students learn at a high level. They have a high knowledge base. Sometimes the adult culture gets in the way of that. So I want to make sure that I point this out to you because it is growing. So.
In a question then would be, seems like a difference, or maybe there isn't, between page 3 and 4 when we're just looking at staff. Staff seem to have, as we said on page 4, a pretty positive outlook on across the board in the district. But then there's a trust piece there. So as individuals, they're feeling positive, they're feeling, like they can. But it seems, so what I'm hearing is there's the staff's wondering, is someone else as committed or as positive as I am right now,
Right,
and who I'm shoulder to shoulder with.
right. I don't see the behaviors in that person that that I need to see to show that they believe this or that they're willing to do this. If I look at the readiness to benefit, which is the last one, second to the last one on that page, page 4, that's where all those questions are. It's 8 point, it's where it's 8% above the mean. Almost 9% above the mean. So it's not that far above the mean. So, yeah.
So during this time where this was taken, right, I also think where there was a lot of beyond COVID, there was leadership change.
Mhm.
Right, and so with any leadership changes, I think people, staff, are they kind of question, if new leadership changes, that there are like different expectations, right? And so varying degrees of willingness to meet new expectation, because it comes out into, oh, these people are like, I'm willing to kind of meet this new expectation, these people are kind of taking this a lot longer. And as a person of color, when I go into these things, I always see it, like, what is our system kind of accountability measures, right? Because if we don't have a system in place to hold people accountable, to hold that, are you willing to change, then the more I think that you have diversity of folks coming in, that will totally, the trust numbers will totally go down as well. Because without any system benchmarks and accountability measures in place, if you have a group of people that think the same, that's not good, right? And they're all going in one direction.
Got it.
They all trust that they're all going, and so then they're like, oh, we can trust each other because we know we're in the same mindset. But now we have a diversity of thoughts, diversity of experiences. I don't trust that you're thinking and moving the same direction. But I think this is personally, I think it's a function of the more diversity that we have in here, without any system accountability in places, and all within a leadership changing kind of period. So the opportunity is, how do we put systems in place?
Yeah.
To make sure that anybody who comes in can feel like, hey, I trust that this is gonna happen. But yeah, I would, as we're all clamoring to figure out the new expectation, if I see my colleagues are reacting differently to it, then then the trust level is really low.
And I can tell you, in some of the districts I work in, depending on the location in the state, I see that. I can see that, what you're talking about. It kind of depends on what kind of, you cannot have those conversations about unintended bias and things like that unless you have the trust of each other. So sometimes we're having these conversations in a room with people who don't feel like they can talk to each other. So that's why this piece is so important, to make sure that you look at it and pay some attention to it. So, it's
I like
not.
the idea of trust being explicitly accountable.
Mhm.
You can have an implicit assumption of trust, and that's very different than having, as you're saying, procedures or processes that explicitly expect trust. And, there are penalties for breaking that trust. If it's confidentiality, if it's a trusted space and you're having these conversations and confidentiality is broken, that's a problem.
Right.
Right, and if there are no ramifications to that, then you lose trust very quickly.
Right, and I mean, I have no idea why the numbers are the way they are. That would be more conversations with staff to find out what would you need to see or hear. So those would be great places for you to start as a board. How do we have those conversations? How do we gather some more data? So let's keep moving, because I only have 20 minutes now left with you, and this is the part I really wanted to get to. So I don't know if this resonates for any of you, but it does for me. We finally finished the school improvement plan. 347 goals, each with its own strategies, action steps, and everything. And that's where we, I think, across the board have gotten to, as far as some of these strategic plans KPIs, things like that. There's just so many that we don't know which one to focus on. So, I just wanted, this is a rhetorical question for you. What's your focus? What's the board's focus here in Mercer Island School District? James Clear, who wrote the book Atomic Habits, says that, however, and this is crucial to understand, follow-up research has discovered implementation intentions only work when you focus on one thing at a time. In fact, researchers found that people who tried to accomplish multiple goals were less committed and less likely to succeed than those focused on a single goal. Okay, so with that in mind, I dug in a little bit more, and Mike Smoker says we must begin where we are and move forward immediately by starting small and capitalizing on what's at hand. Okay, so I'm going to encourage you to start small, because your fundamental two, this is it, about maintaining the highest learning standards. I just did a screen capture of some of the measures that you have. There's still another page that I didn't capture on this one. I'm not saying that these aren't important, but there are some on here. If I look at this, I would go, okay, I really need to look at, oh, here's one that's 20%, 40% of fourth graders receiving EL students meeting or exceeding ELA standards is at 20%. That would be where my focus, I would go, okay, this might be where we want to focus. It's just on this one area for the year or for a few years. That's part of our strategic plan. The other numbers are great. We've got one here that's 14%. Well, that's about band and choir. That's important too, though. As a music major, I've got to throw that in. So I'm going to encourage you to narrow your focus on some of these. It's hard for teachers to know where to focus, and hard for administrators to know where to have teachers focus when we're focusing on everything. Okay, so are there pieces that we can let go of monitoring or really putting our focus on for a year or two versus focusing on everything? A fundamental 3. I had a note on this one. Let me see what I had. Fundamental 3 about developing self-awareness. And a lot on this one as well. Here's what you're focusing on, this whole thing. If we take one of these out, then it'll be a little bit easier for you to see some progress. If you look at your Vision Essentials dashboard over the last, I think it's 5 years, maybe 7 years, the number, it's statistically the same. There's no way we're for you may see some of these things change by narrowing that focus down. Okay, so maybe in fundamental 3 we don't choose all of these things from the EES. Maybe we focus on a few that have to do with the I versus they gap. The other one that you're missing in here, I'll just tell you, I would encourage you to put on here is the student response. I am respectful of others at this school, and most students are respectful for others at this school, because there's a gap. So they have that same behavior intention piece in those 2 questions. And it's not on here. So I would encourage you to kind of go through some of the data that I gave you. Let me go back a minute. If you look at pages 8 and 9 in that packet that you have, 8 really talks about the social supports. And what supports do we have in place for students? Okay, that would be things like MTSS, RTI, as our cell framework. What are we doing with diversity pieces, those kind of things. There might be some things in there for you to pull out and go, this is where we want to focus on this. You know, these are the couple of things we want to focus on out of there to make sure we have those social supports in place. The next page is about academics. So I would say page 8 would go along with your fundamental 3. And page 9 would go along with fundamental 2. As you're looking at it for the data that we have, you will be able to use some of that for both of those fundamentals. Okay. So I gave you those, I don't typically give those to school boards all the time because they're out of the framework that we're just developing. But I thought your fundamentals fit with this really well, so you got it, and a lot of districts don't, so. So as you're working on things, keep those in mind, but here's how I want to kind of wrap up. As you look at your data now in fundamental 2 and 3, are there measures that have shown significant improvement over the last few years? If there are, keep doing those. Okay, if they're where you want them to be, then it could be time to, okay, now we can kind of focus on the next tier down that we were gonna focus on. Do you see why it might be beneficial to narrow it down to a few less items for your fundamentals?
I do think though, to a certain degree, we treat monitoring of our fundamentals as a dashboard. So, I mean, you're looking at your coolant, you're looking at your speed,
Sure,
you're looking,
sure.
right, and you then, each time you evaluate your dashboard, you say, where's my problem areas? And then that becomes a school improvement plan, which we would focus on. For a
Sure,
couple of
I
years.
totally agree. I'm not saying drop all of the monitoring that you're doing. I'm saying, but what's the focus?
Sure.
It's hard to tell what the focus is.
Yeah,
Right, one correlation I'm seeing is, on page 8 with the, I feel safe, sorry, in this school, there's one adult who knows and cares about me, and we've really focused on that, like the last 5 years, and it's always been a reasonably strong number, but it is going up. And then if you look at adults in the school, help me plan and set goals for my future, and that's one of the lowest. Like there's a disconnect there. Like, yes, we want students to have someone to go to, but then there's so much more that relationship can do.
Mhm.
Potentially.
And I would encourage you to look at the difference between the elementary numbers on that one and the secondary numbers, because they may be different.
Sure.
A lot of times at elementary, we don't talk about goals with our students, which we should, because that the research shows that that's a really important piece. But we do talk about it more at the secondary, and they're doing the more career planning piece with that. So sometimes that career planning piece and all their other classes then we never connect those dots for them. So, so it's just this place I go to do my career planning, in the library, wherever the career center is, and then I go to my history class.
Right, if they show up time under hour.
Yeah.
I really like what you said when we focus on these things, sometimes people, we tend to think if we focus on one, we ignore the rest, but sometimes if we focus on one, to make that one really develop, we're actually taking care of multiple things, right? So the whole, I have an adult in school I can talk to. My sons go to the IT person, right? And so, yeah, so we might have like great lunch ladies, custodial, all those people that can feel comfortable. We talked about that. But if we take care of adults in the school, can help me plan or set goals for my future. If every single adult were trained like that, they would hit that and I have. But so sometimes we pick things that are too basic. That doesn't really get to really what we want, is that they feel like they have understand the meaning, purpose of why they're here for the future, right? So it just makes us really think about.
We want them to have a friend and.
But then
Yeah.
if they do the adults in this could help me plan, then it's naturally a friend.
Right.
Yeah, so I think that we just have to think about these as we tease up, narrow down on what's important. Recognizing that multiple maybe questions or indicators fit into this one kind of.
Sure. I think that's really true, and I also think there may be some sort of invisible connections that we don't see that are happening kind of earlier in the education process. So for example, are there kind of core learning skills that kids are learning in middle school, for example, that better prepare them to find an adult in high school to talk to, you know what I mean? Like social skills or whatever. I don't know what they would be, but I'm just saying there might be things that we're doing kind of earlier, upstream, or that we could do more of upstream that affects some of these things that we're tracking downstream.
And I'm gonna encourage you not to forget that the adult piece will impact those student pieces.
For sure. Yeah.
So that I versus they, it's hard to put some of these systems in place if you don't have that relational trust amongst your staff. Because I may be sending my student to you for an intervention but I don't want to because I don't think you're doing a good enough job.
Yeah.
Because we haven't had that conversation, we don't connect those dots, we don't work together. So how do we build that system within your buildings? That will impact your student learning numbers. So that's what I have. These are my kind of rhetorical things for you to think about and decide. Do with what you want. What questions do you have for me?
What demographic information do we collect, if any, from parents? I know we get student, do we ask parents if they're a parent of a middle schooler or high schooler or whatnot?
Yeah, because they get the data back, it goes back to their school, yeah, they're
Okay.
connected to the school. So we ask them what school, we
It's
ask,
connected to the school, but if I take it, I have to take it 3 different times if I want it to be for each of my kids, right?
Yes.
If I wanted it to be a different answer than elementary and middle
Yes.
school, right? Okay.
and that they can do, it's an open link, so they can do that, it doesn't
Right.
limit them. We also ask them, ethnicity.
Yep.
We ask them what language is spoken most in the home. We ask them how they would like to receive their communication. I think that's it. Oh, is there student in any special program?
On the intervention one, that was one I saw where I had questions about that, just because of what was pointed out by our board too. Do you see that for a Title I school or Title I district or a district with maybe greater numbers of multi-language learners? Is that, have you done some investing as a system to look at, is that impacted? And my question is, here's where my question is, I might clarify that. By the time we finish spending our Title I dollars, we're not even out of one elementary school. And then you put in LAP, and now we're not even out of the other elementary school, and so we backfill, so at least all the elementaries have a learning support. But then we have nothing for the middle school and high school, and all of that's being built. Versus if I'm in a Title I or a school with more multi-language learners, I might see other interventions. So if I'm a staff member, I might see we have other people doing interventions. Do you ever see a difference, or have you ever looked at it from that perspective?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, we have a we perceive that our students, like if I just look at the staff. On the question of struggling students receive early intervention and remediation to acquire skills.
Okay, got it.
So someone might be looking at that saying, well, the elementary, maybe that's buoying that up, but middle school's looking at that saying, no, we don't even have an intervention teacher, like,
Yeah.
because we don't even have the staffing for that.
I see differences between the levels. Even in a Title I district, I see differences in the levels because it's typically shuffled to early intervention. I also see, their numbers even on that, and they've got a MTSS system lined up, and it's like pretty solid. In all the buildings, those numbers are still low. So this is the Ronnie research theory, is we haven't connected those dots for people. We haven't connected the dots to tell them that there are even interventions being put in place in a Tier 1 classroom. Like, here, move your chair closer to me. That's an intervention. So I think part of it's just connecting dots for people is how do we connect the dots to say, here, this is an intervention. Oh, I loved how you did that intervention, move them closer so you can keep a better eye on them or whatever.
Well, thinking about, Nova and Jamie, the work we've done around letters, and there are so many interventions a classroom teacher is doing. But do they perceive that as interventions, or do they still see that as and someone else, or maybe they don't see themselves as the interventionist as a Tier 1 teacher? So I don't know. I wonder.
Yeah, it could be that word struggling. What does the word struggling mean when they take this? Does it mean a student who has an IEP? Does it mean a student who's in a special program? Does it mean the student here is a Tier 1, could almost be a Tier 2 student?
Yeah.
So.
Do you have case studies where schools have done good to great type of transformations based on use this data, ask the right questions, put in the right processes, iterate, and make improvements? Do you do case studies, Rob?
We're working on that right now. We just did a study with the Gates Foundation about some outlier schools who have made progress over 5 years in 7 different categories.
Using your survey data.
We use their survey data in the buildings that, I would say the majority of them used our data. The case study wasn't necessarily about our data, but it was about what were they doing that made the difference in the schools. In relational trust, it was heads and tails above everything else.
Yeah, that'd be interesting to see that case study when it comes out, yeah.
It's out, it's been out for a couple of years, yeah. It's on our website. If you go to effectiveness.org, you can find it. Okay. Other questions? Well, I hope this has been helpful. I'm glad I got to come back and kind of go through this. I think the last person, Greg Lodville is probably the one who went over this data with you the last time, because it wasn't me. So, he's happily retired and grandpa twice now, so.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I appreciate your help, and let me know if there's anything else I can do.
Thank you very much.
So lunch will be hour. We could either, the second part of this is where Ronnie's leaving off with us, which is taking a closer look at fundamentals 2 and 3. In your last board meeting or kind of leading up to this, those might be the 2 lever points that we put more emphasis into, which is why in preparation for this, Ronnie was really taking a look at 2 and 3 for us. So we could either just continue and roll right into that, or we could use the half hour, jump down to items D and E, which get into a little more tactical nuts and bolts. One being the mass action lawsuit conversation, and the other one being how the calendar is shaping up for 23-24.
Yeah, let's move to D and E and get that locked down.
Okay.
Lunch.
So we'll do lunch and then come back.
Without interruption.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't we start with 1008? And looking at tentative and proposed items for 22-23 here. Because it's kind of small, it might be easier to pull up on computers, but Andrew, if you can also pull it up, or we'll just zoom in the best we can. You know, this could be, could be amended based on, discussions that we have around fundamentals, but what we tried to do was keep things fairly similar, where some of the OEs are front loaded in the fall and early winter. And then we go into the fundamentals more into the spring and then towards the end of the school year. So that cadence kind of worked pretty well this year. We broke from the past a little bit on that, but I think the data was supplied in a more timely manner with more up-to-date information rather than too much in the past. We do have the district improvement plan and school improvement plans built into this as well. So looking at the first 2 columns there, thoughts or questions on those 2 columns, how we set up OEs and fundamentals? The linkages and site visits then in the kind of 3rd main column, I guess it's truly the 1, 2, 3, 5th column, but the 5th of the 3rd of the major ones. Linkages and site visits, and this is where we also made some changes this year, where instead of having the linkages attached to a meeting, they were more standalone. So we haven't had a chance to really reflect on that as a board, but wanted to maybe spend some time. How did that work this year? And if so, we've kind of built it in how it was before. But if we want to go back to a different model, we can do that as well. But just, I don't know how that worked this year for.
Yeah, I thought that worked very well. I think we should be explicit about PTA and the student linkage. So, I think that all of those, the student linkages were very well received.
Yeah, I thought it worked well.
So we'll keep those on separate evenings then. And then next year for our site visits, we would be to Northwood, the middle school and high school. And so, kind of moving towards that. Is that how you want to continue to do it as a board where it works with 3 and 3? Does that work pretty well? Okay. Looking at board development then, we put in there just some information. I think that September 1 is the one, Deborah, that you would attend. Is that right, as the ledge rep for the General Assembly? Is that where you take,
Yes,
is that where you take forward
yes,
issues or our priorities?
yes.
Okay. So I think on that one, we'll just, as you had alluded to in your updates, getting to the board early on, what are the platforms or the slate of ideas coming forward? We'll leave time in August for that then, so that you have plenty of time to get feedback. And then the conference is here in Bellevue this year, so it's local, the 16th, 17th, and 18th of November.
So essentially we'll have 2 new board members, so we'll invite them to that
Yes.
for the certification.
That we've done before is we've generally invited them and started to use that as an opportunity for some board development for them and their onboarding process. And then we'll reorganize the board and hard to believe, bid farewell to 2 of you. So that will be wow, that just hit me there. Yeah, we'll be losing 2 of you. As we get 2 new ones, we'll send you off. And then we'll start going through some of the updates in the trainings that we need to do as part of our annual trainings, but also with new board members as we move forward. Let's see, what else do we have?
There's a
Yep.
number of additional budget trainings that new board members can do, like in addition to the, I don't know what it's called, but whatever that's for the basic intro budget courses. I got a list of them from Tricia Lubach, and she said that people who are either candidates or have been elected but not seated yet are eligible to take them, though they would have to pay for them themselves. But I can pass that list on to you.
That'd be great.
You could share.
I am trying to think, maybe not today, or maybe we can spend a few minutes here. I am thinking about the onboarding process and, what worked well, what didn't. I know there was, I would love feedback from you as 4 board members who have all gone through it of,
Very different ways.
where did we,
Yes.
yeah, exactly. Where have we done, what should I be thinking about and what would be helpful, or what should we keep doing, or maybe do differently? And I didn't give you any lead up time to this, so if you're not ready for this conversation today,
I'm just gonna say right now that after 2.5 years on the board, I discovered that the school board field book, Leading with Vision. And I was like, why was this not part of my onboarding process? This is like everything about how a board actually operates and how to accomplish things and how to be ethical, and like, I think that the district should just hand the copy to every new board member. It's really very helpful, and it's not written with any, agenda or whatever. It's just like field guide to be.
is it a WASDA piece, or is
It's
it just
not,
a
it's like a
separate publication?
national,
Okay.
yeah, publication. The authors are like administrators, and it's like how board members can work best with administrators and vice versa.
Yeah.
It's a great book.
I feel, in any time you have new group formations, you actually learn. So what we've been doing for board orientation is we see them as employees, like here's a manual, handbook, read it, and you assume that they're gonna come to the table and just know how to do their little job, right? But really what it is like, a group needs to kind of form together, so more of a retreat orientation. of learning about individual board member style, personality, right? And I don't think that is part of any of this, just because, I mean, they can, memorize the budget, fully understand the budget, but I don't think that's really helpful to kind of how board works together. I mean, it's great to have foundational knowledge, but what we're really missing is in that, what is a board collectively? How do they work, individual members work together? And understanding where each kind of board members are coming from. So that, so if we're just giving them information and have people come at the table, a lot of like what was said today, it's like a trust culture, right? That we're coming in, and so, yeah, everybody's exceptionally intelligent and know everything, but doesn't mean it's effective. And so maybe that should be included in as part of any time you have new board members, then there needs to be more of a board orientation / retreat. To figure out what this new board as a collective means.
Yeah, I like that idea. I think we did an orientation retreat on each of the board fundamentals. In some ways that's, 1000 series, 1002, 3, 4. But in some ways that also misses the opportunity to build relationships between board members. And I think it would be interesting if everyone shares aspirations, what they want to get out of board service, what, and kind of what how they feel they need to work to accomplish those goals. And this might be a sharing of minds so that people can understand and see if there are shared priorities or not, and it's a little bit more free form than being lectured to about a board policy.
I think I agree with all that. I think that, we talk about trust and relationships, and yet, I've been a part of 1, 2, 3 new, board structures, you even more. And I've noticed like each one has a personality of its own, and creating the norms, like having that opportunity to create the norms together. That was one thing that I think I felt like I really struggled with, not this board, but the last one, that when you guys came on, just COVID, like we didn't get to know each other in a normal setting. We're like on screens. And so thank goodness we had a couple months, but it's so overwhelming when you come on the board and kind of getting to know the norms. And then those of us that have been on the board, it's like, well, wait, we've already discussed this norms. It's like, no, this is a new group. It's a new set of norms, and it has to be, when we talk retreat on, I feel like so much of that is important. One thing that I found really beneficial when I first came on board, and it was beneficial, there were 2 of us, and it was me and Brian, and Donna sat down, we met weekly. Was it weekly? Every other week? At least I feel like it was every Friday, if not every other Friday, where we would have an hour where we would just, we would go through the agenda and we would ask questions about what's coming up at the meetings or other things and other expectations. And I know you guys didn't get that. I know I don't know if that was started and it didn't continue because of COVID, but
We started it.
Cut off. Yeah. So, and that to me was the most effective way to learn, in a safe place where you can ask stupid questions or questions that you feel are stupid that you should know already, but of course you don't know because you've never done it before. I think that having that combination of as a group to, create that relationship and really trust and working together. And, in addition to what you said about talking about aspirations and then also what do we need from each other? Like, what are my expectations that you're gonna do? And so, hearing that, I think is really important, but then also breaking it down to, unfortunately, we can't do learning unfortunately, we can't do learning in a private setting, unless it's 2. And so, to have to, we can split it up, or, we could do that board learning for each person can be involved in a twosome or whatever. But that was really helpful for me in the beginning, was going through the agendas and really kind of what's our role in this, and those those kind of things.
I also, and I don't know what the rules are around if a person's been elected, but they haven't been sworn in yet, whether you, Fred, can do some kind of orientation with them in advance, but I know that my first board meeting, I got elected vice president and I did not even know what that entailed. I had no clue. You know, so just even a really quick orientation to like, these are the jobs on the board, like this is how much the time commitment is of being a board officer. I don't think I knew what the ledger up did for like 6 months, you know, what, and it's more organized now, I like to think, how we sign up for our committee responsibilities, but again, just giving them a little bit. No, but you know what I mean, just like giving them a little heads up, like just that you're gonna be expected to sign up for like 3 or 4 of these additional committees, you know, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, right, like it doesn't magically appear in your brain, so that would be helpful.
And I can definitely meet with, what I'm doing right now is, any candidate who reaches out to me now, I'm definitely scheduling an hour with them, based on if they want that. But once the election happens, then whoever the 2 new people are likely to be, obviously, once it's certified, but I can start meeting with them. I can't share with them any of the information that you get in executive or exempt session, but yes, I can definitely start meeting with them. And if that would have been or would be helpful, you know, these are the things that I want to know. It's the first time I've gone through it. You know, superintendent school, they certainly do hammer it in you that even when you change one person, you've got a new board.
Yeah.
And, you know, you've all experienced that and I've observed it and I'll experience that as a superintendent for the first time, but you're pointing out great pieces that as a new board, there might be some redundancy for those who have been there, but getting everyone to the same place is really important and helping with that. So this is helpful.
2 more things. One is that book, I just looked it up, it's published by AASA.
Oh,
That's who publishes that book. And number 2 is also just a practical thing, just helping people set up like their board email, for example. And like for me, it wasn't, I had my board email forwarding into my regular email and I was missing emails, right? So it'd be like for me to have like a separate account where I would see right away if a board email came in. That's just like little practical things, you know, like that.
And so as we do this, I want to also bring out this balance and what do we do as orientation? Kind of, you know, if there people email us and the board president maybe respond to us, respond on behalf of the board. It's like a cultural thing. It's not a policy thing, it's not a have to thing, but those I think are helpful. And Fred, you've been fabulous, you know, and I think you will continue to be. But there's also a danger when the superintendent on board too much of the board members in the sense where we are the supervisors. So like kind of like what, because if people are coming in, what is wonderful about the board is that they are a reflection of the community. If the community is diverse, then when they're bringing in new things and it changes, it's a good thing. Because most board are very white male kind of board in the nation. So the more diversity we have, we are reflecting our community. So that means that there's gonna be shakeup, there can be changes. And so I guess I would throw it out, the balance between, this is how we do things, right? Because how we do things is we're gonna stimulate people to do what we've been doing, things doesn't necessarily make us good. So I guess so kind of balance that, what is orientation of like maybe district kind of rhythm cadence and in the past it's maybe have, but then also be open to changes of this new board member coming in and really maybe fundamentally change everything, because do we need to be on 4 extra committees, right? And if that's the case, should that be expected and not just a cultural thing? Because in our policy, it says that we have to be here for the board meetings. And then when they come on board, we throw out all these new additional cultural expectations. And I don't think that's fair for people coming in. And so just kind of changes, diversity that people bring on to reflect the community, it should be embraced. And how do we balance orientation and not assimilating people to, this is how we normally do things.
Yeah, I mean, I think the only, you know, must-haves are what our legal requirements, right? So here's our legal requirements and everything else is
I also, some parts of joining the committees though is to allow people to have a deeper understanding of what's actually happening in the schools. I mean, being on the outside as a parent, we've got a different view of the school. It's really from the lens of our kids. And being on each of these committees is about facilitating multiple viewpoints, multiple lenses. So it adds to the diversity of knowledge that a person has. So, I think it's an opportunity, whether a person decides to avail themselves of that or not. Maybe that's what you could pull back on. But I wouldn't want to take away opportunities for further and deeper education. We might also think about, some of the site visits that are in November as inviting some of the potential candidates to that as well, so they can start learning about the schools earlier.
I was invited to the high school site visit before I was.
Oh, okay. No, I
Yeah,
didn't know that. That's great. Yeah, okay, so you're doing.
Yeah, because it's after the election.
Yeah.
After they get elected.
Yeah. Right, yeah, what do you call them?
Board members.
Elected?
Board member elect. Board member elect.
Thank you.
Supposed to link up, yes.
Yeah.
I don't think lame ducks were there.
But thank you for asking.
Yes, and if you have other ideas as we're going along, welcome those. The date, going to kind of that December date, the Thursday in December when we would normally meet is the first night of Hanukkah. And so is that a night, we were contacted by a couple of other districts who are going through the same process. What are you gonna do, or what does that look like? I know that some are gonna move theirs who are typically Thursday to Wednesday. But I want to open it up to you as a
So
board.
which meeting is that?
It's the December meeting, I believe it's at the 7th right now.
Yeah. Is it first night or first day?
Check. It's the first. Yeah, it's the first night.
First night.
Oh, the 7th is the first night, that's right. So the
It's-
8th is the first day.
It's, I struggle with this so much. It's so dependent on, it is not a religious holiday. It's I mean, it's a celebration of a historical event. And, but, and the importance of it is family dependent. It's your age of your family. Typically the big celebrations are saved for the weekend because of people's schedules. I wouldn't think anything of it if we had a meeting on the first night of Hanukkah, but I know that there's others that would feel very differently than me. I think that I think Thursday nights are important to keep because that's just kind of our norm is Thursday nights. And wondering, we're not certified. You said the 7th, so it would be November even, if we did the Thursday before.
I mean, I feel like this is so much lead time that we could maybe move it to a Wednesday. You know what I mean? Like,
Why can't we, I mean, it doesn't hurt anybody for us to move to Wednesday.
Because people might have regular, I don't, I'm just saying people might have regular commitments on Wednesday nights, just like we have regular commitments on Thursday nights.
I know, but if we're doing this for the whole year, the whole purpose of this is we could fully change, just like today, we're doing it this time. Right, and so, even though it's a cultural thing, but anytime that we can be flexible and change it from a Wednesday to a Thursday, we have done it for lesser things, right? So I would really push for meeting to a Wednesday.
I prefer to move it to a Wednesday as well. We don't know who's gonna get elected. We don't know who might want to attend.
Right, no, I mean, and when I say like, it's
Yeah.
first, like, I don't care, I'm saying there are people who are going to care. So,
Yeah, I just think that in the interest of being inclusive, especially when there's this big unknown, if you don't know who it is that we're reorganizing onto the board, like if somebody couldn't attend, that would be like, or the community facility and people in the community may want to attend.
It will, I mean, it's gonna be a big meeting because that's going to be a celebration for your service and then a welcoming of 2 new board members. So
Yeah.
it will be kind of a that will be a big event.
It is a big event. I would like a Wednesday where everybody can come.
Same, same.
Right.
We'll look at the calendar then and look for options there, and then we'll finalize something if that works.
And just to be clear, our second and fourth Thursday, that's just by practice, right? That's not
Yes,
it.
we just have to adequately notice that we're
Okay.
gonna make
Yeah.
this change. Great. Other than that, you can kind of see just our additional topics. We'll welcome in Ava in September at our first meeting as an official student board member. And we have lots of other general recognitions, kind of the budget timeline. You'll start seeing that, we'll start working on that for the following year. So this is just the first reading. We don't do anything with this until August. So if you want to print it off, look at your personal calendars, make sure this is all looking like it's going to work, then we'll be able to approve it in August. The other agenda item then that we wanted to discuss with you, and Aaron's going to take the lead. We put a quick white paper in your packet today. It's also in the board documents today. And that is the mass action lawsuit that is being filed. I believe it's up to a little more than 130 districts around the country. And a number of them are here in the Seattle area. The two biggest districts I've heard of so far are Seattle and Kent. And there are two main law firms who are kind of taking this on. And it's the mass action lawsuit against social media companies. And it's not about the social media companies themselves and social media. It's the way that they have marketed and intentionally targeted using the brain development of kids, their, what are their inclinations and how that has really targeted them, leading to the current state with mental illness on the rise amongst our youth. So Aaron, turn it over to you.
So I'm gonna keep this really high level. A lot of the information is in sort of this white paper, but Seattle Public Schools, which is one of the reasons why it's a bigger thing in this area, was the first school district in the country to file against sort of these social media defendants, which is YouTube, TikTok, Meta, which is Facebook, etc. So there's a grouping of them, and they were followed shortly by Penn School District, so neighbors to our fellow. Both districts are represented by Keller Rohrback, I think is how you say the name, which is a law firm that's based in Seattle, and they're under a contingency fee agreement. So basically the way it works is they're represented by the law firm, and Seattle Public School isn't paying anything directly, but the law firm will get a portion of any awards that they get. There's another firm, as Dr. Rundle referred to, there's another group, and it's the FRANTZ law group that is running a similar sort of process. They're both what you call mass action, which is distinct from a class action, and that in a class action, you have a single plaintiff that represents a class of people. And in mass action, you have individual districts, or in this case, district, individual parties bringing cases that are sort of conglomerated together with a lead, sort of a lead law firm or a lead litigator on that. There's currently 140 districts countrywide in this sort of mass action. And they've been disaggregated into both state and federal actions against these social media. So there's sort of two proceedings going on, and sort of what your specific claims is determine which bucket you end up being put in, be it a state action or a federal action. As Dr. Rundle or Superintendent Rundle highlighted, this isn't about being against social media or social media companies. We use them in the school district. They are in fact at times can be used for things that are beneficial for students. This is instead really bringing about raising concerns and seeking sort of to redress the negative impacts of social media practices. And if you look at sort of the various pleadings, it's basically looking at three issues that are prime arguments. One is that it's negative for students, and that it's the social media use is targeting them and creating a mental health crisis. The second thing is that it interferes generally with the mission of districts, depending on which proceedings you read, because the kids are being distracted at school, and it's creating, again, this mental health situation, and it's making it more difficult for them to learn. And the other thing is that it's creating and hosting a toxic environment for youth that is targeted specifically to youth, which is creating burdens on districts related to addressing bullying and that type of thing that occurs on social media. So the specific sort of, I guess, the recourse or the compensation that the districts are seeking is to force tech companies to sort of look at how they rid their platforms of hate speech, bullying, and those type of things that are problematic content for kids that do sort of have tendrils into the school. So that's one bucket. And this isn't just Seattle Public Schools, that's reading many of the complaints. So this is the general gist of it that I'm giving you an overview of. The second is seeking compensation to address and mitigate the harm that they perceive social media is causing our students in terms of mental health, and to provide additional resources needed to increase mental health supports in school. So if you're going to have this practice where you're running algorithms that target kids and that they are arguing has a deleterious effect on the mental health of students, then you need to, and you're going to continue that, then you need to offset it by providing support, fiscal or otherwise, to mental health, to support the mental health and of our students. And then the sort of third thing is they want to target, I'd say these districts want to target and encourage the companies, the social media companies, to adjust the algorithms that are built to drive content to young people that they know to be damaging or that they know to be creating this toxic environment, because there are algorithms that are running behind these social media platforms. So they'd like the companies to look at that. And finally, I think there's this intangible piece which isn't in it, that they're seeking to raise awareness of the mental health crisis and it's their perception of a linkage to social media use in our youth. So that's not specific in the complaint, but I think that is part of the point or the hoped outcome. This isn't a sort of slam dunk case by any stretch of the imagination, because there could be an argument that there's no underlying cause of action. Really, that is, are the school districts the right people to be bringing, or the right entities to be bringing this case? Are they right voice to be seek to vindicate the harms happening to kids? So basically, are they the right plaintiff? The second is there's sort of real impediments to this litigation. There is a federal law that immunizes platforms, social media platforms, against the content or that's put on their platform. So they're not responsible for what people have put out there because they're not considered a publisher, because they're not filtering it, they're not approving it, they're just giving you a platform to share it. So there is that protection. And there's a recent case, it's Gonzalez, if you wanted to look at it. It went up to the Supreme Court. It was kicked back down and vacated in light of the Twitter's decision. So it was kicked back down to the lower courts to be reviewed in light of that. And that was a case in which the plaintiff asserted that Google was directly and secondary liable for the 2015 terrorist attacks in Paris, France, which killed 130 people. And there are recent, those decisions make it less likely that this type of litigation would be successful, arguably. So it's not a straightforward case, because trying to make this direct link to the actions of these social media companies is challenging. I will say, just as a board, I mean, this is just a high overview. You can look at all of these cases and the media around it. There was a fair amount of media around it in this region when Seattle Public Schools signed on, and then there's always a concern that it's going to be perceived as attacking these companies and wanting them to be in no longer exist. And that's politically can be problematic because we are a tech heavy region. So I think that's something that people were sensitive to. Reading, and this is just to use our former speaker's term, this is Aaron's research. So it is not statistically tested, but just reading sort of the articles and the comments that were made on those, by and large, that there was parental support for this action. And there seemed to be a general hope that, you know, if nothing else, what would come out of this would be greater attention to the impacts, adjustment to the algorithms. So maybe not monetary rewards, but those types of changes. So these social media companies changing their practices, or at least making available like a one commentary with like a 1-800 number where if a school district sees something that is particularly problematic, there's some human or somebody some entity that's responsive that can address that in the near term. So maybe we have less of the, like there was I think it was TikTok, maybe it was Snapchat, I can't remember what social media was, but there was that challenge where it was like slap your teacher or something like that. I don't know if you recall that. That was particularly problematic for school because kids were doing that as some sort of challenge. But if that type of activity could be addressed more quickly, because there would be some entity to get a hold of. So that's really sort of the high level overview. The reason why we're bringing it to you is that as you know, right now there's 140 districts. They're actively, I think, there are districts in our region. I know that at least I talked to about 13 that are considering joining this, either the Keller Horvath or the Franz Law Group, and bringing their own action. And so that's something that we as a district might want to be considering if that's of interest to us. But I wanted to give you the general framework so that you can do your own research or ask questions if you need.
And also you may be getting questions from different people about this and what our district might do. It came up in a PTA meeting not too long ago. So really it's, as you just said, Aaron, it's information to you, and then the follow-up would be, and this would be moving towards executive session, we could bring in one of the attorneys to answer questions and talk about implications. And so we're just looking for direction on that. I don't think that this is something that certainly the superintendent should be making the call alone on. I think this is a community conversation and a board discussion. So that's why we're bringing it to you.
What are the requirements for the school district to participate? Do we have to show home?
No,
Yes, we
so the way it is structured and is that, I mean, there's obviously evidence of mental health concerns across the region, and you can see it in your data. The way that it's been articulated is that there's minimal direct staff involvement, you know, as low as 10 hours, providing data, because a lot of the data is already available through OSPI because we provide that data to OSPI. And then it is entering in a sort of a contingency fee agreement, whereby we are represented and negotiating that. So 10 hours is probably a bit light in terms of the work required on that. But the concept is it doesn't actually there's not a risk to eroding, to us paying money out of pocket, and that there's low burden on staff. That's the way it's being structured.
And then any payout would be proportional to
Correct.
the size of district, and Canton, Seattle are pretty damn big districts.
Yeah.
Well,
I
and
looked
the
at all
lawyers,
there.
yeah, the representing lawyers, because of the fee, they get their portion first.
Okay.
Similar to the reason why Seattle Color Horvath, so it's is because they were part of the Jewel case. And they were the lead on that. And so a district like Tahoma, who was also on that, I think, you know, there wasn't a big financial windfall from that. I think the superintendent said it was around 140,000. But the bigger gain was the work that it did to get Jewel held accountable, but then get that particular product off the market. So That kind of some background.
But we got that benefit without having participated in the Jewel case, for example.
Correct, so,
We-
yes, so the intangible benefit of influencing the overall landscape for that particular product politically, and ultimately. What we inured that benefit without active participation. We did not inure, any fiscal benefit, although it was pretty nominal. And so this would be a potentially a similar thing, although I think some of the, it's not direct. There may be a request for monetary damages, depending how it's structured, but there's also, requests for basically supports, mental health supports provided to schools. Because it's basically saying, we're dealing with the outcome of this, that's the allegation. And so give us the tools necessary to do that, because right now, the majority of that work is, according to the complainants, falling on the plaintiffs falling on the schools. So, and I'm not here to say any argument is positive, I'm just explaining what is being argued. I do want to say that I'm making a stance for the district.
Any idea why it's school districts and not community mental health, like
Or
YFS? Or, yeah, I mean,
I don't know why, other than I just don't know if they're as organized as we are. That would probably be one thing.
I think it's a legal firm that's organized. The state AG has a great deal of standing here because this is state funds that are going towards all this. So
Definitely, the community groups though, in terms of like a YFS or those kinds of things, maybe, I think that's.
is why I have participating.
No, right, well, not that I know.
Well, why is it cities?
But it,
why is it not cities and municipalities
Right.
that provide those services more? I mean, yeah.
they may join their own, who
Right,
knows?
okay, yeah, just curious.
So that it would be, if you're interested in learning more as a board, or we are considering. Weighing whether or not we want to go in, the next step, if we did, would be to have executive session in August. Bring in one of the attorneys from the firm and really get into, in executive session, the legal parameters of this, and if that's where we'd like to go, it doesn't commit us to anything, it would just be further learning, so we would move towards a decision point.
I think we have a responsibility to learn more.
Yeah, I agree. I looked into it a little bit when this kind of first came across, and I was sort of like, if it's not gonna cost us like a tremendous amount of staff time or investment, and there's like a potential for some kind of compensation / affecting the national dialogue on these topics / maybe getting some concessions from the social media companies that affect like I get that they're not responsible for the content, but they are responsible for how they serve it up, for younger users, like, I think it might be worth at least considering, if I don't want to just like eliminate the opportunity because we maybe it gets too much work, or, you know what I mean? Seems like it's worth looking into. What do you think?
Well, I think, if we're in education, in the business of education, and if this is impacting our students' education, right, their mental health, then it's these kind of things that we should do to influence. Otherwise, we're kind of working against it, right? So we can do all the things that we're doing in the district, and then they're doing it. And so if we can influence how they change their practices, then it will help our students to be in a better place to learn. So then I see a direct correlation there of our responsibility to be a part of this, like Maggie Ty said, like weighing. I don't think about the financial compensation. I think more about, do we have the bandwidth to, just like any investment, right, to do this? And if we do, then definitely I think it is a responsibility for us to be a part of this conversation.
It's also like a rare opportunity for, at the school board level, to be, to maybe potentially make an impact on kind of like a mega macro level, something that can help teenagers and younger kids around the country.
Typically in class actions, the named plaintiff, or there's someone who's kind of takes the lead on providing that documentation, going to depositions, then they're compensated separately. And so,
But this is a mass action.
and so that's
versus- yeah.
totally different.
It's totally different, yeah, so it is structured differently. But instead, there's sort of a lead law firm representing individuals, so that each individual has a distinct claim.
I think.
Yeah,
So
sorry.
instead of.
Right, I'm talking about in terms of the expectation of how much time it's gonna take for staff.
Yeah.
That should, so far from what other superintendents, there's been lots of conversation about this, is a larger district, it's been up to 10 hours, but for other districts, it has been a lot less to join it. Now, what does that mean long-term? I think those would be questions that we want to ask. And the other thing is just being, as I've thought a lot about this, and who's our community, who are our parents, knowing our why, and being able to really articulate that, because we have families who they're in these companies, or they are part of that, and we want, I want to do that, which I'm hearing from this conversation. I think I just added on.
I'm not super inclined to buy this lottery ticket. I don't know, I think if I had 10 hours of staff time, I think our discussion of fundamentals, 2 and 3, or sorry, 1 and 2, two and three, that's right. 2 and 3 could use 10 hours of staff time to make progress on those fundamentals in a much more significant way for our students. We will accrue benefit from this without our participation. We have no stronger viewpoint or deposition capability or notice of harms than anyone else participating in this. Kent and Seattle probably have much more data that can showcase actual harms. Ours are all incidental at the global study level, in which case we're not participating. This is only for name recognition and to spend 10 hours of staff time on something.
10 hours total?
Well, it starts with 10, but it grows.
But we have to ask the questions. I think those are certainly arguments against making the decision, but if the next step is, do we meet with the lawyers to learn more? The question is, if part of a settlement, and we're talking 10 years from now, 15 years from now, but if part of a settlement is providing mental health services, we're doing our students a tremendous disservice, because they won't give that benefit to everyone. They'll give that benefit to the members of the class.
I can build up a million different loss aversion scenarios for you against a reality of 10 hours of staff time that could go towards, we've talked many times about doing a study of, what do college students need, or how should our students be better prepared for college? We've talked about that. How should our students, what sort of research should we do around simplifying our course offerings in high school so that students are better prepared for different parts of it, college that they want to attend. All that takes staff time. I would much prefer to put it on that than on this lottery ticket.
We're not necessarily talking about the same staff members,
Right.
though.
Yeah,
Very,
but if
very
you remember, we've got
Lucky
10
Adam.
hours that can go anywhere.
But is it also data that we want to collect anyways? If it's data that is important for the district to understand, kind of social media usage. Because when you think about a lot of social media problems is like cyberbullying. This is a big problem in our community. We talk about, eating disorders, image problem, which is more of a problem for communities that are more affluent, right? So sometimes when we think of mental health, we think of like lower socioeconomic communities, but actually sometimes the Instagram influencer lifestyle actually have a bigger impact on Mercer Island community. So I guess that 10 hours, what is it? And I would like to learn more what kind of, if it's data that we need to collect. And I think it's beneficial for our community to understand.
To consider it.
Yeah.
We had another lawsuit we could have been a part of previously too. Right?
That was the Jewel law.
The Jewel lawsuit.
So, we previously were invited. to
And we
join.
decided not to join that one, which vaping is also an issue for us too.
And I think that what we're discussing right now is just whether or not we want to proceed to get more information and speak directly with with one or both of the representing firms, who would be in a better position to answer some of the questions. Typically, we discuss litigation or potential litigation in a closed session, or a session that's not open to the public. So that's really sort of the direction, because we can line that up, and they would make themselves available, I'm sure. So,
130 school districts nationwide, not very many districts relative to any number. So it's a very, very small number who have participated in any way.
there's 140 districts nationwide, with 12 here. Sorry if I misspoke earlier. There are more considering it. And I agree proportionally, that is, I mean, you can't you can't disagree. That's a small n compared to the number of districts in this country. But we felt we'd be remiss if we didn't at least bring this topic up for board consideration.
I think, well, I think a lot. The view is corporate responsibility versus protecting the harm to our students. And I think as board directors, I think our number one responsibility needs to be making sure that we're able to get every resource to support our students. And I think that next step is learning more about what potentially that could be.
My fear is we'll be in a slippery slope of these type of suits. Do we join a climate change lawsuit? Do we join a anti-petroleum?
I mean, I
lawsuit?
want to know what kind of evidence they have to support this allegation. I mean, I don't understand algorithms like other people do. In fact, I don't understand them at all.
And
So-
actually understanding what the cost would be in terms of like the 10 hours.
And a lot of times, things don't change until there's actions like this. And I feel like, Seattle and Kent, they don't have the resources. It's a very different group, but what example are we setting? We are so privileged, and when our students are struggling, we often can find the resources by family. But what kind of example is that leading? Like, okay, well, we don't care about the rest of you because we're privileged and can take care of our own. I think we have a responsibility to take care of our students, and learning more about this is the right way to do it.
But as a passive participant, I mean, all you're doing is putting your name out there.
We don't know that, because we haven't met with the people who are gonna explain to us what they're.
We'll meet some salesmen who are going to tell us we'll get a financial reward after this.
I don't know that we're gonna hear that, because that's often not what class actions are about. They're gonna
That's
get
actually,
action.
it's financial remuneration in this.
Right, every civil lawsuit is about money, period. That's what they're about. But, Jewel is, I mean, I think the example, the difference is clear. Jewel is past harm, and then, how much is that gonna be compensated?
AG participated in suing Jewel, and so did the FDA, right? I mean, these were groups with significant standing, participated in getting Jewel to where it is today. I don't see the same standing for Mercer Island School District. We're such a passive, small participant in this with a great deal of work. I mean, I think it's in my mind, this is so performative that it will be viewed negatively by people, not in the positive light you see.
I think it's our responsibility to learn more.
And I think it sounds like we have 3 board members right now who are interested in at least hearing more about it. So that
Yeah,
seems like
yeah, that's a good.
we want to hear more about it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And it doesn't commit us to
Continue.
anything.
We will set that up then, and we will, we've already gotten lots of information from both of the firms. We'll probably, consult the ESD, because they've been at the forefront of at least providing a lot of information, just information only to school districts or whatnot. We'll discuss this, and then we'll set something up for August.
And also by August, there will probably be more information available about like if other districts around us are getting involved or.
Great.
Okay,
All right, lunch.
thank you. Thank you, many times. Cheers for that
Basic
recognition.
math.
Yeah.
Why don't we do a 15-minute kind of recess to starting, we'll probably finish while we get started with the next part.
We're still on track for 2 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's do a recess and we're back at 2 o'clock, sorry, at 1 o'clock. Is that right?
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
Yeah, okay. Okay, welcome back from recess and well-fed board members and staff. And we'll continue our study session to talk about board fundamentals 2 and 3. So 9B and 9C.
And I think we'll end up focusing more on 2 today and then continue the conversation. But in your packet, you have artifacts from our fundamental 2. They're also online, but I think the core questions that we've been starting to grapple with, is what does the fundamental say? What do we want it to say? And then looking at the interpretation of the superintendent of which aspects are we capturing in that interpretation, what's missing or what are the next steps? And then how do we prioritize going forward? But I thought to kind of get us going into maybe some new data that's out there is to have Nova and Jamie talk a little bit about information that we're seeing in live time coming back from data from this year to open up our thinking and some things that we're seeing, because that might influence how we want to monitor this. So I'll turn it over to Jamie and Nova.
Who do you want to go first?
Either way.
Two very different topics. Connected, but. Why don't you go first? Because maybe it has fewer artifacts.
It's, yeah. Andrew, can you pull up the, math pathways webpage and then with the math pathways document?
This one, right? Link to board docs, or do you want me to go to the
No,
website?
it's just the website.
Oh.
I included a hard copy of the math pathways document in your packets. So I believe we've touched on this before in a prior meeting, specifically talking about math adoptions. When we brought new curriculum for ELG, GEO and ELG 2. But one of the things that we worked on this year was trying to have one math pathways document, because we had one that was generated by our elementary team, we had one from the middle school team, and we had one from the high school team. And, our parents or students, counselors had to put them together, trying to figure out, okay, if I'm doing this in 5th grade, what happens 6 through 8, and then what happens 9, 12, and what does it mean if my kiddo is on track, is accelerated, is double accelerated, and there was perhaps a misperception or conception of where does a kiddo land if I'm in X class in 5th grade, what are their opportunities by the time they're a 12th grader, and I think people were resorting to neighbor conversations, friend conversations, historical, like I know this student and this student had this trajectory, so that's what my student needs to follow. And so worked this year to put together a document that could outline and identify the ways in which a student can move through different math options, where and how there is opportunity for acceleration, where there are choices. There are certain courses that are grad requirements. Algebra and geometry are state grad requirements, but we've added, as you know, things like courses like applied algebra, applied geometry, applied algebra 2. So different ways to reach those requirements, but we can't skip over them. And so this document just attempts to outline different options for students, where their points of access are. As a reminder, next year we onboard implement the new compacted math course at the middle school. So it's Math 2-3, which is an opportunity that doesn't require a test into opportunity. It's just a chance for anybody who wants to self-select into an accelerated pathway who perhaps has not previously been on that path. They're not skipping content if they're just compacting it. So they're moving at a faster pace, but the end goal was to eliminate the skipping of content, because what was happening is over time, there were some gaps and deficits where students didn't have those skills or concepts mastered. And as a result, there were challenges down the road. So we did not eliminate math proficiency testing. We just completed math proficiency testing earlier this month. Notifications are going out this afternoon for the 217 students who participated. That was just 5th, 6th, and 7th graders who were elected to do that. And that does require the skipping of math. And as you can imagine, the rate of pass is a challenge. If you have not yet been exposed or taught material, it is a challenge to successfully pass a test of that said material. So we're hoping that with the addition of the compacted course, we have that opportunity. We also identified something that historically has been a challenge, and I think kids and families have navigated it in to the best of their ability, but we were silent on the process. And that is, where else can I double up? Where can I accelerate and move beyond if I've been on a typical pathway? Some districts allow for doubling up in algebra and geometry, and working with our math department at the high school, really the identified location or time for the doubling up occurs based on our curriculum and what we teach, how we teach, and our expectations. That doubling up occurs once a student gets to geometry. And so they can double up with geometry and algebra 2. Our geometry class has a number of algebraic requirements. And so being able to be proficient and have completed algebra 1, they identified as a necessary prerequisite to being successful in geometry and algebra 2. So both of those changes are reflected here and show that students, once they reach geometry, some will reach it in middle school, some will reach it in high school, some as freshmen, some as sophomores. But if there's a desire to accelerate, there's not the skipping of content, it's just the ability to concurrently enroll in 2 courses. And then you can see on the far right-hand side, and I believe that I think Nick Wolf presented this at a board meeting, we do have an AP calculus class coming back to the high school this next year. So it lists the courses that are there, and we do have a few students, and I want to be careful we don't lump in a lot. Sensitive to Director Din's statement earlier about the different offerings that we often provide for students who are accelerated or working at the top level of what our offerings are, at the expense sometimes of those who are struggling and need additional scaffolding or supports. We do have a few students in our system who over the course of the next few years will max out all of the opportunities that we've provided. We will continue to monitor that data. There are opportunities. They can enroll in courses through Running Start. There are other ways that they can continue to pursue math. So I don't want to sound like I'm trying to limit that opportunity. It's just the N is so small that really investing time and energy in creating or identifying what that next thing might be past Calc VC here at Mercer Island High School may not be the best investment or return on time investment for majority of our students. So that's why it says college math through Running Start. It is funded. It's not something the parents have to pay for. They don't have to go elsewhere. It's a part of the system that we are in that they can access through Running Start. There was a lot of talking quickly, just racing through kind of where we are and what this document shows. But that was a big lift for this year in looking at what are our math pathways? What options are there for families? How do we put it in a place and space that's accessible to all? There's no hiding the ball or trying to figure out based on who you know or what you know that you have access to.
And we already have this built out for CCR, CTE. We'll be continuing to work that out of what those pathways, but science is our next area where we're going to start working on what that looks like for families. But I go back to what Ronnie was showing us today with our parents, and I think these are the types of things we need to get out there around. Do we have high expectations? Sure, absolutely. Are we communicating? So thanks, Jenny, for this work.
And I think it's great too. I think, so many of us as we enter into the system and we hear you need to do this and you need to do this without really an understanding of why and where you're trying to get to. So to be able to say, hey, my student is like, or a student can say, hey, I want to get to this level. Here's the path that I need to take. I think that's so much of the unknown for incoming high school parents and students. So I think this is really helpful. The one question I have is with the advanced algebra with financial applications, To me, that's, like, just for example, I encourage my daughter is taking, well, just finished pre-calc and has no interest in calculus and is taking statistics, well, was trying to decide between statistics and advanced algebra with financial applications. Was told, don't take algebra because you just took, pre-calc. But to me, with the financial applications and the benefit of it is real world, mathematical information, mortgages and finances and blah, 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 things that like really, budgeting and, doing it at a higher level. So maybe I'm just not understanding what the advanced algebra with financial applications is and kind of how is it really, a math class or is it more of a CCR class where it's more life skills and math is a big part of that? So what is it and what are they focusing on? Because I feel like we're missing this segment of kids who, kind of have gone through the math track and are looking for, but don't need to retake algebra.
That I would have to dig into more.
Okay.
I know it's been aligned to be similar with Bridge to College Math with something that becomes slightly more accessible to students who for whom math has not been a passion area. But they want to continue in math or they've got an interest in this area. I'm happy to research and figure out more specifically, but even if you see like where the lines are, there is a line from.
I saw that
up there.
Right, and I was like, is she getting bad information? We all learn, the different pathways, but, is it bad information? Is it that it's in the math department rather than the CCR department? I know when it was created, it was a little bit of a struggle between
It's in both. It's in both.
but it's taught by math.
Yes.
So in a lot of places, it's taught by the business teachers more than the math. So, I'm not saying which is better. I just am trying to get clear on what exactly it is and what it's offering.
Yeah.
Because if it is gonna be a repeat of, like, is it accurate? Is it actually accurate to say that it's, that it could be a pathway for 12th graders who have already taken, oh, it isn't for if they've taken pre-calc, but if they've already taken algebra 2 and passed it fine, if they struggled and want a stronger foundation, that would be one thing. But, I guess I'm just looking at like what, we've had reports on it and I appreciate what we hear in reports, but really what's the focus? Is math the focus or is the financial literacy the focus?
It
We
rooms-
used to have a personal finance class too. Do you still have that?
Yes. Yeah, our personal. finance.
That's personal family relations.
Yeah, that's.
So that's different.
I don't think we've ever had personal finance. I mean, they do some of that, I think, in the family stuff.
We have an accounting class. I would have to look in.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway.
Sorry that I just have run out. That was like a family emergency call, but all is well now. I did want to say that I think this is so fantastic for all the reasons everybody else was saying, but also from like an equity and accessibility standpoint. For a new family, let's say that moves into the district that maybe are not native English speakers, for them to be trying to glean what they have to do if their kid wants to get to calculus BC and having to rely on like asking neighbors, as you were describing, like this just puts it all out there. I think that's great.
This is gonna go on my fridge.
I know.
It's been so helpful, like even though I'm on the school board, I had no clue where my kids are. I'm like, oh, this is where Savvy is, this is where, I also think like as we're thinking forward, right, not like in next week or next year, whatever, as we're thinking forward. It would also be great for us to think about, if you just finish algebra 2, will that take you to a traditional, if you're just a liberal art kind of major? And do you have to take the math placement test? Or you can, or do you can just go straight into that college, the most liberal arts university required and math credits, can you go straight, right? If you go into engineering, what would be kind of best? Actually, I love statistics because every program requires statistics. So you can take the AP statistics and get the credit. You're kind of set already for Yeah.
Or
all
even to
the
have that
social science,
exposure, because it's not.
But it is required for most social science
Yes.
major. So, but those are, I think, that added Mercer Island, kind of, information that parents are really looking for, that we can do, as we're thinking about making our system better.
So interesting that you say that. 2 or 3 weeks ago, Dr. Rundle, Jen McClellan, our CCR coordinator, and myself had a meeting at the UW with the College of Engineering. And we had all kinds of questions about how do we help our students? We have a really strong relationship with the School of Business, the Foster School of Business. We know the expectations for direct admit upon application and admittance. What we were trying to figure out, what is it for College of Engineering, right? We've got students who want to pursue CS, who want to pursue engineering. We hear that. And so we met with 3 members of their team, and they were sharing some of the programs they have. And one of the crucial questions that we posed was, what math, what is required for a student to be considered competitive and eligible to be direct accepted into your program? And it was fascinating. I think we all thought we were going to be getting that information. And they were like, yeah, we don't know. We want them to take rigorous courses. We want them to have this path, but really admissions is in isolation making decisions about the students who are then admitted to our program. We are not going over those applications. We are not the ones saying, this is the maximum, the highest level of rigor a student could have taken. What they've been doing is building all kinds of programs, specifically targeting equity work and how to bring students who don't have access to some of the courses and opportunities, and still make them help them understand that they are absolutely viable and an important part of the engineering community, and that they can see themselves in those roles. And so as we were leaving this meeting, with lots of new information about programs and supports, their DEI efforts, the different support programs that they have for students, and a willingness to partner with us on that. It was also, the next step is reaching out to the admissions department, right? So if the admissions department, it's not individual colleges that are making these decisions, it really is the admissions department. It's working with them to figure out what do you see in these profiles, and every student is different, but there's got to be some level of understanding. I think, maybe not, maybe it doesn't exist and it's more arbitrary than that. But really trying to figure out, because I think that's a question that our parents ask, or our kids ask, what do I need to do in order to be highly competitive for admission to College of Engineering?
I think there's one side though, that's admissions, what math have I done for admissions? There's another side that is, what math have I done that has prepared me to be in the College of Engineering? And I think that's a little bit where the failures might be, or the opportunities might be.
Well, I think what we learned is if we took this document and put it in front of the people who we were with in the engineering school, and we put it in front of the admissions and said, highlight what you think I don't think they land in the same place based on the conversation we had, which would be great information to know for our counselors to say, hey, this is the path that UW has talked about for admissions. Here's what you definitely need at a minimum for the school. So I think combining that would be.
I mean, I think that's just. You just summed up my frustrations with this. I mean, those are local schools, so, their kids are now applying straight into these schools. If you don't get incoming, you won't be able to major in business or engineering or computer science because there aren't the spots. And even though I don't know that they say like full on no, there aren't the spots for people to apply once they get in there. And then, so like, are we doing our students a disservice? I agree with you. I would like students to be ready and capable, but are we better off if there's this disconnect between, I think it's our responsibility to communicate to families if there's this disconnect between learning and grades, between admissions and actual achievement. I mean, it just, sorry, it's frustrating. It's just a frustrating part of our system. We're trying to get our kids to learn
to gain knowledge, and yet then we've got, I mean, and I've heard more and more, and now this is just that I've heard, but you know, UW admissions, it's throwing a dart at a dartboard, and it feels like some days they, like, it's not based on grade point, it's not based on test score anymore.
Well, but then,
I
I
mean,
mean,
yes, I'm being cynical, I get that,
no,
but
as a whole, like America, I always thought it's very different than Vietnam or China, and that is like, the top G4 GPA gets in. It is a whole, they look at test scores, they look at GPA, so they look at the personal statement and look for a diversity of, they do. I mean, because they're not taking.
tens of thousands of, yes, I wish
And
that.
so that's kind of where sometimes when we just think, oh, they have a 4.0, they have calculus, they're in. I think that's a fallacy that we need to build as well-rounded student. Really, the personal statement, if you have nothing to contribute to society, I don't care how smart you are, they're not gonna accept you, if that doesn't come out in your personal statement. But so this summer, I am doing advising for all incoming students at St. Mark's University. So I advise engineering students sometimes. And so even if they get straight into the school, we have to recognize that in that 2 years, it doesn't mean that they're gonna continue their major. Just FYI, right? So they're gonna be spot. So there is an engineering program, and a lot of the prerequisite is like 3-4 math classes that you have to take in your freshman and your sophomore year, right? Before you even go into the engineering kind of specific. So I guess then what we can do is thinking about looking at those math classes, and do you need calculus so that you can take that math class in your freshman year, right? Or because do you have to take 2 or 3 more math classes to take that first math requirement of engineering, because that will take you to 5-6 years. So I think that is the pathway that would be helpful if we understand engineering. They say they don't specifically take this, but they do have math prerequisite. Understanding what math prerequisite they require, then it is what student, you know, as a pre-pharmacy student, I came in and took chemistry, biology, and calculus. That's kind of, and if you miss that, you just move your whole, you know, program another year. So I think that would be another kind of, not so much as, but you need to have calculus in order to even jump into math 161, because there's prerequisites. So I think that's the best we can do for our community, is to show them that that's not gonna get into engineering, but it will prepare you to finish potentially in 4 years. If you follow it. But even if you get accepted into the school, I would say that there is gonna be like a 20% dropout rate, changing major.
I think the really important thing for parents to keep in mind is how, and for all of us to keep in mind, is how rapidly the admissions landscape is changing. Like affirmative action is probably gonna go by the wayside, test optional or no test required at all at a lot of schools. There's Chat GPT now, and so people can have an AI right there, at least a draft of their essay, which may make essays less important, like less weighted of an element in applications right after they became more important because of dropping test requirements, right? So it's just like the whole landscape is changing constantly, so we need to be responsive to that. And I'm really happy that you guys are being so proactive. Like, speaking as a parent of a kid who didn't get into engineering in college, it's great that you are going out there and asking questions. So thank you for that. Yeah.
So I would say, you know, what is great about this conversation is we're almost having a bit of a fundamental one conversation, which is important, which is the personalized learning. And what does that look like there? But I think that fundamental two is what are those highest learning standards that are going to open doors and not close doors for students in what that looks like. So I think that this is a really important conversation. We learned from UW that they changed their model. They went to the Common App and they changed their model to weeding out kids before they get into UW rather than waiting after the second year, because they were admitting a lot of students in who then could never get into their computer science, the School of Engineering, and they were spending thousands of dollars helping kids get to other universities because they couldn't do it. So their philosophy changed. That was news to us there. So we need to think about all that. No, but let's look now at live data. This is K-8 primarily, but we have 10th grade scores in there as well. Because as we think about the highest standards, we also have to think about, well, where are our students achieving now? And then what does that look like and how might that inform the monitoring? So, no.
I think the other thing, also real quick before you do this, the other thing to recognize is despite the vagaries of individual college applications, our students get into college.
Yes.
And they will always get into a college, if they want to go to a college.
Yes.
And, so preparedness and readiness for whatever college they go to is great. And you can ignore as a parent, the dismal, impact of, admissions rejection, because you will have an acceptance.
Okay, so you have quite a few artifacts that are connected to testing data. So they start with West Mercer at the top, and then there's a stack that goes all the way through the high school at the back. High school is just one page. So the first page in the stacked ones are summative data. So basically, kind of the year end sort of thing. So those top two bar graphs up at the top, if you want to pull, yep, there you go. So these top two graphics at the top there are just Smarter Balance data. So we have pretty much all of our Smarter Balance data back as a preliminary score, with the exception of science. Science is the one test that takes longer for them to score. And so we have sort of that summative outcome measure piece there at the top. And then on that same page in the front, you have AIMSweb Plus down below under ELA. That's our present measure for ELA in the elementary years. Just a note about that is that this is the CBA, basically it's an oral reading fluency, so kids read a passage aloud within a minute's time and just kind of calculate their accuracy. So that's a general outcome measure. It's not really a apples and apples sort of assessment. It's more of a predictive validity kind of thing. And then on the math side, you have the iReady data, which is actually what I dive into on the subsequent pages. So we're gonna take West Mercer as a quick example, and then I'll talk about IMS, and then you'll have a little bit of time to kind of take a look at all of it.
So we're looking at the West Mercer one with only through third, fourth, and fifth, not the one with the sixth, seventh, and eighth. Is that right?
Sorry, with West Mercer Elementary, is it really 1, 2, 3, 4? So right now it says 1, 2, 4, 3.
Yeah, I don't know why it changed some of my order. No, the how it's measured there is the 3s and the 4s. I don't know why it changed that when I put it in. So I tried to fix it, and probably in my second printing, it changed it. So, I will go back and fix that, but Andrew's is in the next.
Results.
So go to West Mercer results, yep. So the second document that you have here, this is the spring data for West Mercer Elementary as far as iReady diagnostic data goes. So, you can and should, for West Mercer in particular, ignore the grade 1 and 2. So remember that grades 1 and 2, K1 and 2 this year did not adopt iReady, so they weren't necessarily formally using the tool, though some teachers chose to use it on sort of a pilot basis. So even if you look at the numbers that were assessed, like in first grade, we only have 1 kiddo that it measures there. So it's not an accurate measure of those students as a whole grade. Then down, you have grades 3, 4, and 5 down there, and you can kind of see where they fell in terms of the 5 scale. So the 5-point scale is listed up at the top for you. If they are that darker red, then that's 3 or more grade levels below. Red is 2 grade levels below, yellow is 1 grade level below. Green is early on grade level, and then the green with the lines through it is mid or above grade level.
And this includes all students.
All
right?
students in 3, 4, and 5, yes.
Gen Ed, IEP.
Correct.
Everything.
Yep. And then it breaks it down by domain, and those domains are the same domains that align with our standards, of course. And then if you flip to the page right after that, we're gonna go into growth, West Mercer growth. So again, this is iReady. So again, we're looking at 3, 4, and 5th grade is on the back. So there are some really exciting celebrations that I think are important to note about this, especially as we talk about what are the data points and what are the things we want to monitor to see if we're making progress for kids. So one of the things that we always want to check in on is whether or not a student is making growth in a year versus just how they score, right? I can score high at the start of the year, score high at the end of the year, but make very little progress as a learner. So one of the pieces that iReady does is provide us what they call their growth report. So we have 2 types of growth in iReady. We have an annual typical growth. That's what we would expect all students to be able to achieve. right? So we want to see that at least at 100%. And then we have annual stretch growth. So the annual stretch growth is really targeting those students who are below level in essence. So if they are below level, then they need to meet that annual stretch growth potentially for 2 or more years in order to close their learning gaps in that content area. So I think some exciting celebrations here when we look at this data, and you'll see this in some of the others as well, is that for those annual typical growths, most of our grade levels are over 100% of their students achieving that typical growth. And then for stretch growth, you'll see that they have high numbers there as well. So one that I think I should just call out is if you flip to the back side of this page. So 5th grade at West Mercer, our team there, particularly Carly. So Carly was one of the teachers that was featured in the Schools Foundation videos, have been doing a lot of work around this. So you can see that that work has really paid off in their scores. So 211% typical growth for their students. And then our annual stretch growth is 126%. So then if you look at the percent of students who met that, that's 62% of their kids met their stretch growth, which is pretty spectacular, I would say. And then
wait,
next, that you'll also see
Typical growth is 1 year.
typical growth is 1 year, yep, based on where their beginning score was. And then the next column over is just percent of students who improved placement. So sort of how they made their progress from beginning of year to end of year.
Which would mean they changed colors, either from the green with the green to the green with slashes, or yellow to green, is that's what it means by changing this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And typical growth is the Washington State standards.
yeah, it's going to be measured against the Common Core state standards. So those are the elementary profiles, and then I'll speak a little bit about IMS. So if you go to IMS, which will be after your elementary school, we only have we have 3 pages for IMS. The front page is just those 2 graphics, which are Smarter Balanced Assessment, outcome measure. And so that's just the 2 there. That's what we have so far for that. And then one of the things we looked at this year was we wanted to decide if our existing tool, Aimsword Plus, is a tool we wanted to sunset and transition over to using iReady more comprehensively, really, for both math and reading. So historically, over the last decade, we've used Aimsword Plus to measure reading in 6th grade. And so we had some of our teachers try the diagnostic this year to determine the usage there and whether that would fit our needs as a district to measure their skills progress, and also the teachers' needs instructionally, because that's historically been a challenge between the 2, is what meets our needs might not meet their needs and vice versa. So you can see this is the reading version. So this kind of gives you a nice sample of what this will look like going forward when we go into next year and we have it for reading as well. Is that it is again broken up by the domains as we think about reading. And so these are the same domains that align with our standards, except in the standards they refer to foundational skills sort of holistically and encompass lots of specific things. So you can see this is again for the spring, this is where their students are. And then on the next page over, you will see their growth. So a little over half of their kids met their annual typical growth, and then about a quarter of them met their stretch growth. So the nice thing about this is while they didn't have the greatest, growth numbers like some of the elementaries did, that's partly because we had fewer kids in the sample, right? We had less sort of support going for it. This is the first time they've really seen this type of data as teachers. But what I think is a celebration here for the middle school is that we found a data point that will help all of us better support kids. And I also think it helps us identify where are some challenges in our reading instruction as it goes from grades 3 and beyond, really, because we begin teaching toward comprehension in kindergarten, but the focus transitions to comprehension beginning around 3rd grade, 2nd and 3rd grade. So we can see that all of our work in phonics and phonological awareness is paying off. But that we probably need to do a little bit of work in some of those other domains, not only in the elementaries, but quite frankly, in the secondary as well, because kids need vocabulary support all the way through secondary school in order to be able to decode multisyllabic words. And then the last one is just the high school. So the high school profile only contains those two. Again, we don't really have a lot of other data points as far as the sort of benchmarking data points. Grades are often used as the measure at the high school level, Ds and Fs and things like that. So we're working on sort of a crossover between Ds and Fs versus what we see in the outcome data, but that part's not ready for sharing yet. I said a lot, but I want you to have some time to look at it first and then ask questions if you have some.
And just to remember with the SBAC scores, the green is like the meeting standards and the
Yep.
blue is, okay.
Something that we are seeing in our region, I didn't look across the state because I really looked at those, as Ronnie was saying, the schools that we generally compare ourselves to. What we're seeing is this drop off from 5th grade to 6th grade. That's one of the things that we're asking a lot of questions around is why, you know, we're concerned about our kids first and foremost. We're seeing it in other districts. So then what can we do to better meet the needs of our 6th graders? Because when they're leaving us in 5th grade, we've got some, as you can see, we've got some really high numbers of proficient. And then we're not seeing that same in 6th grade. So we have some questions around that, and the principals and myself have already started asking, you know, thinking about that. I think moving to a system where we have assessments we can do regularly and then get where do we need to change our instruction rather than waiting till SBA every year will really help our middle school.
So interesting how the elementary schools are so different. Well, not so different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it really aligns fairly well when we look at thinking about when we start identifying our Title I school each year. The demographic breakdown of our elementary schools are different considerably. And so it is sort of aligned with what we would expect to see based on the diversity of students that we see in those elementary schools.
Does HICAP or not have any correlation to efficiency in math? I mean, are there lots of HICAP students in the green bonus? You know, falling at 200% of standard.
Yeah, I did not look at it necessarily. I would say that you probably see more of our HiCap students. I didn't look at it this year yet, but historically we have looked at that in terms of the HiCap students and sort of where they score. They generally score within that 3 or 4 range on there, but if you look at Lakeridge, which is where our 3rd and 4th grade exists, we have 5th grade at both West, then you see really the span holistically is a little bit different just because of that, but it's not necessarily starkly different. So yes, they score higher, and so that skews the data a little bit.
But I think if you look at 4th grade, Lakeridge to, which is the one I have here, West Mercer, where 4th grade, West Mercer does not have.
I think that one's wrong. I don't know why it's showing 7. Let me pull it up on my screen.
On the SBA.
Yeah.
But if you look at the iReady's data, you can see that, you know, it's not as if Lakeridge is way above in there. We still have some really high performing students, and I think that speaks to, okay, not saying we shouldn't continue to have this opportunity for students at Lakeridge, but we're meeting the needs of some students, and the growth is what's really important, because I want to emphasize what Nova said, and that is growth is about all students. And if you're already above grade level, we want those students to grow as well and to be, you know, pushing into this green slash and making their progress, just like we'd want to close an achievement gap for a student below. This is allowing us to see that. So we're not just looking at criterion, we're looking at growth data against that. So Nova, was there? Is it just it might just be the
No, some of the
labels?
like no, some of the charts get tied together in a really annoying way, so I'm trying to.
I have a really quick question. So iReady only goes through the regular fifth grade math level, correct? So the kids that are doing
For
that,
instruction.
as far as instruction goes.
Yeah, as far as instruction goes, it'll go through, K5.
And then there's no like iReady assessments beyond that, or at the middle school level?
So it's kind of two buckets. So there's, iReady assessment is its own bucket. It can live outside of the curriculum. So lots of districts have iReady as an assessment tool. And then they call it iReady Classroom Mathematics. That's what our instructional tool is. So they're two separate entities. The iReady assessment spans K-12.
Okay. That helps. Thank you.
So I was looking at this as a parent and looking like comparing West to Lake Ridge, just a group that has the high cap standalone versus not. To me, I see a huge difference. Am I interpreting it wrong
In which one?
in the math?
Lake
Are you
Ridge.
looking at SBA data or the iReady? Yep, so that's SBA. I just want to make sure I'm looking at the same one.
Yeah, the top ones, in terms of, well, frankly,
I
much
think,
more math
I
than.
want to
than
show
ELA.
that graph.
I think.
I just wanted that.
I can.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
because when I look at these data, based on what I hear about, I don't know if it's true, but I hear about Mercer Island, is that the north end folks are more.
Do you want me to send you the?
You know, they all kind of like the apartments, they come in for a couple of years, and then those who have money kind of go down. That's why, okay, I'm not, so if we think about grades, if there's correlation to, and so I would say Northwood has a lot more recent immigrants as a population. If we look at race, we look at socioeconomic, those are traditional indicators of how well a person does. If what people tell me are true about the further down south we go, the more money it is. These don't fit with that kind of national data of indicators of tying grades to socioeconomic level. But, and, you know, so beyond the different type of high cap structure, it is also, I think, a reflection of how recent a person may have arrived on Mercer Island, how connected they are. And if English is the second language, right, if that's more so up north, then so without those data, it would be hard to see if it's just a high cap thing.
Right, and I would never just prescribe to, I'm just saying, like, that's what. Those who, that's their focus are gonna go straight to that. So I'm just wondering, I mean, but then you look at Island Park and it's not a start and they don't have, they at all and have not had it.
Then my
So-
theory would be more sensitive, it's like a.
It would, no, and I appreciate that. I guess I'm just looking for, I don't know, I'm just looking to see what your response would be when someone points that out.
Yeah, I mean, I think ultimately we can't make conclusions without looking at the information, right? But you're taking kids who scored highly on another test and placing them in one place, right? So by logic, we've removed kids predominantly from Island Park, ironically, which is why you're not seeing a large gap between Island Park and that group at Lake Ridge, is because most of our students for high cap services end up coming from Island Park historically. I think it's still, yeah.
But that is it is good to know that you could be in high cap or in a regular classroom and not lose opportunities
Correct.
for success. And really, the reason you're choosing high cap versus regular classroom might be other reasons than academic, maybe the social reasons or a number of other things.
Do you guys at some point break it down to look at growth for high cap versus, I mean, the different high cap?
I can break it down because the students are rostered based on the teachers in iReady. So that's not provided in this data, but I can look at that in the system, is look at the teacher's classroom based on their growth of their particular students versus and compared to.
Right, and I appreciate that you guys are emphasizing growth, because I think that's really, I mean, I agree. But if we could say our students who are not, you know, they're either pulled out and provided services in another way or whatever, like these students, we're similarly meeting their needs in terms of their own growth.
And this data is hot off the presses, and this is our first year with iReady, so we'll be able to twist and manipulate and look. I think it's interesting how similar the ELA data is across the four school, which is where we put the most emphasis in professional development for teachers across, the district over the last 8 years. And now we've just adopted a new math. And so will we see this change over time as we invest in mathematics?
Yeah. So part of what I just pulled up was this is Lakebridge's score breakdown in the Smarter Math system, so it might include the newest data, I guess, so to speak. So you can see that the breakdown for them is about 90% at the proficiency, and then if I change this to West Mercer, you'll see that it's about 85%, so.
And that still leaves us 2 years to close the gap
Correct.
on
So this is just
10%,
third grade.
which is like 8 kids.
So you're looking at
So
5%.
we're talking,
Oh, you
like,
two more
we
years
get
at
a
elementary
chance
school.
to, really try to make some moves. Sorry, no.
So it's just 5%, that's the difference between that third grade summative.
You know, the high cap, we know that in the high cap program, there are those who are accelerated learners, and there are those who are kind of gifted, different, need a different learning environment. I mean, this is not like an ask or anything, but it would be really interesting to see if these things have an impact on accelerated learners, and those who are more of the special or gifted kind of learners, and see if how their test scores come out. Because we lump them all together into our high cap program. And if we're serving one group over the other, if our high cap program is serving more accelerated learners and not the other kids, right? I don't know, but those are, since you have those two different populations in there, there was a way to tease that apart. And it would be also, again, any of these data would be really important to piece apart by gender and race.
We can do that.
And like time on our island, because is this us or is this extra children? That maybe parents put in. I don't know, so all those things are.
And I remember Shore Island is a really interesting question, or although it's more like time in the district.
No,
not-
in the district, yeah.
Time in the district, 'cause it's like, it would be nice to see that the more time kids are in the district, the closer they are to like meeting their goals, and like the more caught up they are, that kind of.
Yeah, so we can, one of the things that we worked with Andrews to get into the system was that we could put in basically all of our demographics, so we can break it down by race, gender, special education, English learners. So we have lots of potential in here and looking at, and actually that's been really interesting in looking at data around different grade levels and different classrooms and different schools, and whether or not we see sort of this disparate performance of kids based on any of those demographics. So that's particularly interesting. I think we'll do a bit more learning around that as we move forward.
And you guys have started, I just heard a little excitement about some scores from students on IEPs and then gen ed students and like the comparative growth. You guys are just starting to put that together, is that?
Yeah.
I mean, I think Sue Ann started looking at things. Our students on IEPs generally perform relatively above the state average anyway, right? When you're comparing them against all of the students across the state. So I think she's digging into that a little bit to see, but we can look at this information and kind of see how those students are performing. And, in some classrooms, some of our kids are meeting their typical and stretch growth on IEPs. And so I think for me, that's one of the things that's been really important, is monitoring the students who are we need to close those gaps for, is make sure that not only are students on the upper end of that learning spectrum, those students who are high achievers are making 1 year's growth, but also that those students are making more than 1 year's growth, because we have to close those gaps and our time is very limited with them to be able to do that. So, research supports the idea that we have to do that quicker. Earlier is better than later, otherwise they'll always have that deficit for the rest of their lives.
But this also supports, interesting that this also supports the IMS compacted courses, kind of really hugely. If they're able to do 200% growth, then it makes a lot of sense. And then supports an accelerated plan for high school as well.
Yeah.
It's nice that the data shows.
Yeah, and the middle school has decided through their principals cabinet that they're going to use iReady also next year as an assessment measure in 6-8. So for the first time in my time in this district since 2008, there will be a measure that's unified K-8. And then we'll also be implementing it in Crest as well to monitor students at Crest. So I think that's super exciting.
We are, shared this with PTA with early results, but it's bearing out, we are hitting up into the 90% proficient or advanced. Which we haven't had in many years in our school district. And, when I look at, Island Park's, their fifth graders heading to the middle school. Of those 69, if you take that 7%, that's 5 kids who aren't quite there yet. And so we can now drill down to the exact student and what are the skill areas. And then know that 78% of those 69 are already above at or in the mid or above grade level to your point. So I think this is going to open a lot of doors for us to continue to be focused on professional development, and you'll start to see some differentiation in the school improvement plans. Because as you're starting to see differences here, they're going to be, going in not such a similar direction. Because they all have their individual story and their students' needs are different.
So the digital version of this is in the folder, and I'll put, I just fixed that one chart. I'll put that in there as well. And I think I gave Brett a link, which makes it more user friendly, because then you can hover over the things and see the actual percentage versus seeing just a general bar chart.
So I wish we could do asynchronous learning with like a Padlet that's interactive, but OPMA won't let us do that. So what I do want to do is I'll send out what I've been thinking about. We've come to the end, so what are the next steps we take? What I think I'd like to do is put together a Google form with some questions that allow you as board members to think about fundamental 2 in light of the data we've seen from Ronnie, in light of this. What is fundamental 2 say? Does it say what we want it to? And then get into what are aspects of the superintendent interpretation that really seem to capture what we wanted to say and what's. So I'm just gonna send out a series of things that will require you just, so hang on to your information here. But I think what we want to do is get some information back from you about fundamental 2, and then how might we be able to bring that back as a team to you all to say, here's what we're hearing is resonating with you, our emphasis, and then we can think about, we have new information that we didn't have 7 years ago when we last, made major changes. And then I think that will spark a good conversation for August. So I'll send that out to you, and maybe put, maybe July 4th as a deadline. That way I can get it to learning services for their retreat after the 4th of July holiday. And we'll start making some changes and narrowing in on our fundamentals.
Okay, so sounds great. Any follow-up questions?
Hopefully today's learning was helpful and engaging. We've been here for a while, but we're not done. We're getting some back later on.
Yeah. So are we ready to recess so we'll recess now to 6:30, when we will resume our regular board meeting to conduct action on contracts for the superintendent and with our bargaining. Okay, I guess with that, we are now recessed till 6:30. Thank you.
Find out, we have been signed out.
That's from. I don't want to.
That's like me, if I ever have one of them. Share. Yes, I don't know how to promote her.
Who do we have? Nope, didn't work.
That's it. They need to do that for you, need to accept. the promotion. What I did feel like that. Okay, so they should be participants, panelists, we have Camden, make time everything.
Great. Can you change the view on so we can see them all?
We're working on it, sorry.
Maybe stop share. That way we're not sharing this screen. There we go.
Okay, someone talk now.
Did you hear us?
Okay, yeah, now I can. I had you or my volume all the way down. So I just want to make sure I did what I needed to do.
Okay, is there a weird echo or anything?
Yeah, I mean, no.
Okay. Cool.
Okay,
I think we have everyone.
I think there's some sort of echo coming from Fred, perhaps.
I'm not on. Oh, let's turn this, mute that for a second.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, I think that sounds great.
How about now?
Yep, sounds good.
All right, I think we fixed the issue.
Okay. Okay, it is 6:31 and we are reconvening our regular board meeting on June 22nd, 2023. And we have some action items to do here regarding contract negotiations that the board needs to take action on to approve. And with that, let's start with 11B, Board Policy 1800 OE4, Staff Compensation, Certificated Collective Bargaining Agreement with MIEA.
Great. Well, I am pleased to inform the board that the Merced Education Association certificated and classified members ratified their contract earlier this evening or late this afternoon. And with that, then we have the opportunity for us to brief you on the tentative agreement that was reached. And pending your approval, we would have a contract ready to go heading into next year. So Erin.
Yeah, so as Superintendent Rundle shared, that we reached a TA, which is a tentative agreement on a contract about a week ago, and it was just ratified this evening by the MIEA, both the classified and certificated. The way the agenda is broken out, there's a line item, which is B for staff compensation certificated CBA, and then a line item C, which is a classified collective bargaining agreement, but I'm going to present just the high level details of the two TA together, since the units typically, though we have two, bargain together. So I'm just trying to open this. So we did reach a tentative agreement, as I said last week. This is what was ratified and approved by the majority of MIEA classified and certificated units. They each respectively vote on their own contract this evening. Oh, I guess it's. So the key concept of the TA, which is also attached to the agenda, so that it includes all the language, is that the duration of this contract is only for 1 year. We're pleased that we were able to reach an agreement and thank the efforts of both bargaining teams, both MIEA and the district bargaining teams, that we're able to get a contract done and now ratified. And hopefully approved by the board before the last day of school. I think that's the first in a very long time. But unfortunately, we could only reach a 1 year agreement, which means we will be bargaining next year. So the contracts, both the CBAs for classified and certificated, were set to expire on August 31st, which is why we were bargaining now. They were naturally open. So unlike other times, there wasn't some trigger or change because of McCleary was the most recent change that we have. This was actually naturally expiring contract. The key changes for certificated, the certificated salary increase is 1.3% above the final 2022-23 school year base rates. That's significant because I don't know if you recall, last year we had basically a staggered increase over the year for the certificated. So they ended the year at an 8% higher than the 21-22 school year base salary. And so we're started at that 8% higher, and then they are getting another 1.3% off of that, on top of that. So it's the ending year amount, not the beginning year raise that we're starting from. So, and then as is typical, there was a disproportionate percentage driven to our classified units. So in our classified salary, they're getting a 6.25% increase above the 2022-23 school year salary. They did get a 4.4% increase last year. They didn't have the same staggering that the certificate did. So that was over the same rate versus that's the distinction with the final rate. So the 6.25% above the ending rate salary this year. For the supplementals for certificate, that's paid for work that they do in addition or above what they are contracted for as teachers. So that would be band supplementals, DI, green team, that type of thing. There's just a flat increase of those rates of 5.5% with a commitment of the parties to actually look at those supplementals to see if they should be changed in the next year, since we're going to be bargaining again in just a year's time. Classified supplemental is also a 5.5% increase. And when I say classified supplemental, that really refers to our coaching supplemental. Because our classified supplemental actually, our classified staff, if they're doing that work, they get paid at a 6.25% higher than last year because they get paid their hourly rate. So the classified supplemental change of 5.5 really only applies with those people who don't otherwise work for the district and are coaching. So that's our athletic coaching. So the other changes are certificated hourly rate. It's increased to $40 an hour, which represents a 5% increase over their prior hourly rate, which was $35 an hour. That actually hasn't changed in about 3 years. So that was an increase that we conceded to as well. And again, our goal, as you know, is to remain competitive, but also within our fiscal means. This is the best that we could do given what we have financially available to us. But it should keep us in good stead relative to other to neighboring districts. We're just not at the top. We are more in the middle to just below average for our comparative districts for certificated. Do you have any questions on that before I advance? I'm gonna go with no. The other thing, because again, we were oftentimes you negotiate things that are not just financial, and in this case, we address time. So we reduced the number of district directed PD days for the next year from 13 to 12. So that means there's one less day that the district controls. We also allow for what we call the go home early elementary and middle school work days. And those are taken from early release days. So this has no impact on students, but allows though for 5 of those early release days, the staff can go home. That doesn't mean they're not working, but they're not required to work and they can leave the site. For the high school, because they have late start, they have 10 of those that are a shorter period of time. So the high school had 10 of those days, which they can come to school late. Again, no impact on students. There are 3 negotiated student half days. The day before Thanksgiving break, the day before winter break, and on March 15th. Finally, we negotiated for the elementary lunch period to be 40 minutes across all schools. The legal requirement is 30. Any questions? There were some miscellaneous changes. That's not to minimize their value or impact on the staff. That are impacted by these changes if they didn't fit in a nice neat bucket. So one is that we added BCBAs and licensed mental health counselors to the group of people who will get an additional responsibility compensation. So each of those staff members will receive $3,000 a year per person, and then a possible additional $1,000 for state and national certifications that they may hold. That really folds them into our contract where they had been absent, in part because we hadn't had these positions in the past. The other thing we did last year, we had negotiated a classified college and career ready specialist position. And we decided to create a work group where we could really see how that position is being used and how the College and Career Readiness Center for students can grow and mature over time. So we're going to work together with MIEA partners to try to develop a benefit for our students. Finally, our custodial classified tech, we negotiated last year a classified tech hours, and we just made a commitment to actually calendar them on an ongoing basis. So we do our annual calendar of our hours that we will place or days that we will place on the calendar. And those were the key changes to the contract. Again, this was a challenging contract, just understanding where the district is fiscally. I appreciate, again, the 2 teams and really all the efforts it took to get here and to get an agreement before the end of the school year, and the understanding of our labor partners of just the importance of having a fiscally stable district. So.
I think the last thing I would say is, you know, the financial side, as Erin is talking about, you know, we still remain committed to getting to that 5% fund balance mark, and then continuing that, as you saw in the budget presentations from Director Sullivan and Director Adams, and then the commitment is after we get to that 5%, then trying to get to that 6 to 8%. And that's still well within reach within the timelines we've discussed and expected by you as the board.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Certainly a great deal of work has gone into this, and kudos for getting it done so early. So most appreciated, and a great deal of thanks to the staff and their bargaining team for working to this, and the ratification as well by the larger group. So thank you. Board members, anything else you'd like to say? Deborah.
Thank you. Yes, my thanks. I think this, I really appreciate I am thrilled for all the bargaining members that we were able to get this done, that you guys were able to get this done and I think in as harmonious a fashion as
hopefully possible. I'm really happy that people are going to have opportunities this summer to work on other things rather than focusing on bargaining. I think that's good for all of you and our students as well as a result. I did just want to remind everyone on the board that while I don't believe I have a present conflict, my husband was assistant softball coach, which is part of a supplemental payment. So he did receive the supplemental pay. He's not on an ongoing contract and has not been hired for next year. So there's no active contract. And I just want to just disclose that again. And if anyone has any concerns, please let me know.
Thank you, Deborah. Anybody else? Maggie Tai?
Yeah, I just also wanted to say thank you to the negotiating teams on both parties, and it's really great to have this both over the summer.
You're breaking up, Maggie Tai.
Oh.
We might have lost Maggie Tai.
She's still showing up as a panelist, but I think we might have.
Can I jump in?
Sure, Tam.
Well, in addition to what everybody have said already, I also want to add that, it's really great to see that everybody really have the students' best interest at heart. And even though we're always looking about how to create the best working condition for each other, coming together like this so early and working within the challenges that the district is going through, thinking about what is financially sustainable for the whole district, and also what is like, how do we always make sure that we support our teachers and our staff to have the best working condition as much as possible. So I'm just really happy that everybody, this is really a show of how we are moving forward together. And that, like Deborah said that how we, now that we've taken care of this, we can really focus on our students, after maybe a little bit period of a breather in the summer, but we can really focus on our students. And so this really set us up very, very well for the upcoming year.
Thank you, Tam. We'll just wait a moment for Maggie Tai to connect back up. She's connecting up via her phone right now. Just a few technical difficulties. We should have all board members present for this vote. So again, thank you to the whole team for making this happen before the end of the school year. I think Maggie Tai needs to be promoted. She is on.
Okay,
Yep, that was here.
There we go, Maggie Tai. You're back on. If you'd like to continue, please.
That's okay. I'm sure you missed something just incredibly articulate that I would say. Mostly just gratitude for the work of the negotiators on both teams, and happy to be able to plan around this moving forward. So thank you.
Great. With that, could I have a motion to approve the certificated collective bargaining agreement with MIEA for 2023-2024, please?
So moved.
And a
Seconded.
second. Thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against? And with that, we pass 4-0. Let us move to 11C, staff compensation for classified collective bargaining agreement with MIEA.
And again, I'll just share that I sort of already gave the overview of the classified compensation changes because they did sort of, it's one PA together, but it is a 6.25% increase over last year's salary, and then a 5.5% increase on the coaches supplementals. So that's the significant change there. And again, appreciation to the bargaining team and really for the staff to ratify this contract this early is a show of support for the district. And they're all my colleagues and my friends, so do appreciate them and this support.
Thank you very much. Any comments from board members? Or could I have a motion to approve it?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
Okay, with that, all in favor of approving the classified collective bargaining agreement with MIEA for 2023-24, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? And that passes 4-0.
Wait, I actually didn't vote. I'm going to abstain on this just for the absolute appearance of conflict, of no conflict. I'm confident because it's a 3-0 vote and I knew there was not concern about it not passing. I support it. I just think I'm very conservative when it comes to conflicts, and I just don't want anyone to feel like I've looking for something from the contract benefiting personally.
Fair enough. Thank you, Deborah. So we've got 3-0 passage with one abstain out of concern of conflict. But I don't believe that would be there as you stated. Let's keep moving forward. We're doing pretty well here, almost on time. To the final contract, the contract that the board has with the superintendent. So this has not been a long time since we last evaluated the superintendent in March. And I think Fred did a phenomenal job of evaluating the district, the state of the union of the district earlier today. And really encompasses a much broader understanding and spectrum of the district than perhaps the board has. I think in the board's perspective, certainly per the summative evaluation, there's been progress on all the fundamentals as well as the OEs that have been reviewed along the way. And some things we were calling out were the communications plan, which has been incredibly proactive and has been influential with our community in terms of explaining to them the day-to-day runnings of the school, as well as the work done to rebuild our enrollment. Second item has been the rebuilding the finance team and repairing the budget. Clearly significant progress since review in March to now in terms of repaying the fund balance, as well as having a very good plan of 5 and 8% achievement of our fund balance. So very, very pleased with that and stellar work while still balancing the needs of our students, the needs of our staff, and the needs of our school. And finally, in terms of our facilities and transportation, very good work has been done in making sure our capital projects budget has enabled education in a much stronger way, as well as the work done to grow our facilities, especially the athletics side and the arts sides, and the bringing in the green buses as well, the electric buses. So what that summative evaluation, there is also a contract amendment that extends Superintendent Rundle's contract by 1 year, as well as continues any unused benefits that he didn't use previously into this next year. And finally, there's a provision that as we complete the salary negotiations with the remainder of the district, we will also complete Superintendent Rundle's salary negotiation at that time. And the contract contains the wording for all that to occur. So with that, any other thoughts from other board members? Tam, please.
I just want to add that I really appreciate Fred's work with the board this year. I thought that the way that you interacted and took feedback from the board members, using us as your thought partners in helping really move the district along. Because if the board are representative of the community, it is one of the way to really pull the community along in the work that you do. And I see that it's reflected in like your communication and also some of the new initiatives and how we've been shaping and moving forward as a district. So I think that has been, and it's really a reflection of your working relationship with all of us. So I really appreciate that. I also wanted to add, a comment that I actually forgot to say about our classified bargaining, and that I'm so happy that we were able to provide the increase in that, you know, our classified staff do so much work, and all the things that they do is really adding to the fullness of what we're offering our students, that full educational experience. So just a lot of gratitude to our certified staff as well. So I'm glad to see that when we give increases, that both the union and the district are looking at moving people up equitably, like together, and not like one area is growing, but we're all moving forward in our increases. So, but thank you, you know, Fred, for your leadership.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Deborah.
We both came off mute at the same time. No, I just want to echo everything that's been said. I think that, you know, Fred, you know that I've supported you for a long time. I believe in, I share the vision you have. What I've really enjoyed seeing, I was a little bit worried about you starting out. He's going to get burned out because he works so hard and does so many things, and either you're avoiding it, or it's just you know, the tempo that works for you, which is great. We are so much better off for it. And so, you know, it's your calm, steady presence. You know, I almost was thinking that I was like, we didn't even have a crisis this year. And it's not that things didn't happen. It's that having that strong, steady leadership throughout really makes it feel like, you know, we're here for our students and able to focus on that rather than the other things that come up. Aaron, I saw your look when I didn't mean that we didn't have anything come up. I just mean that, you know, with this,
one more day.
right. But I just mean in terms of, you know, having this ship on a really steady, straight course, really feels different. It doesn't feel like, I think for all of us, for our community members, I think the really transparent views and sharing of information. You know, this community demands it and they deserve it, to know like this is our district. And so to have that, the communication has been tremendous. And like Tam said, you know, really feeling like thought partners and having voices heard. I think from the work that you do and have continued to do with our students is just tremendous. And I'm looking forward to seeing what you, how you lead us next. So great job. Thank you so much for all of your hard work.
I'm just going to piggyback on that and say that there is just something, Fred, about your style of leadership that I feel like you've been able to really provide the district with a lot of stability this year. Both because you know the district so well, it was like an easy, and maybe not easy for you, easy for all of us to see you kind of slot into this new position, but also you're doing a lot of new stuff. Like you've made a lot of change and you're doing a lot of new stuff. And yet, as Deborah said, it's sort of like when someone's a really good driver or a really good captain of the ship, it just feels really smooth, no matter like what terrain you're going over. And that's kind of the experience that I've had, at least on the board this year. So, and as a parent, of course, in the district as well. So thank you.
Well, thank you all. You know, as I said in March, and I've said along the way, I do love this job. You know, as I've said, it's kind of like being a principal again, and I loved that job. But, you know, we have a lot to accomplish in the future. We have more goals that we need to continue to reach for, but it was I think a great first year. We get a chance to breathe for a moment, reflect, plan, and I'm already looking forward to what we can accomplish as an entire school district. We've got amazing parents. We have very talented educators. Your support means the world to me. And most importantly, we just have world-class kids. So looking forward to the next year.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. And thank you most of all, Fred and your team. With that, could I have a motion to approve the extension of the superintendent's contract as published?
So moved.
Seconded.
Candace, thank you. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Against? And abstains. So with that, we have 4-0 approval of the superintendent's contract extension. Is anything else we need to do for this, Fred?
I think that's it. We just have to do a motion to adjourn the official meeting that started at 9 a.m. this morning.
Thank you. Who would like to motion to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
And a second.
Second.
Thank
Yes.
you. All in favor? Aye. Against? With that, thank you for the long day, everyone. We are adjourned with a 4-0 vote.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.